7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, let's get it on.
Okay, boy, we got a lot of news to get to today. What is it?
Fight Tiger.
Okay.
Beat Volunteer.
All right.
Fight Illini. Beat Rutgers. Go Rutgers. Beat Illini. Go fight. Win. Scarlet Knights.
You don't go into Piscataway and think you're going to get a dub?
Go Volunteers, beat Tigers, go fight, win. Volunteers. Okay. Jackson, how are you doing after Knoxville?
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-oh. Martin, you're going to have to talk him up. That's
are you
part of the
taking
alliance.
questions, Jackson? I know it's
They're
only
showing highlights as we speak here on the on one of the monitors in the 101 ESPN studios.
Is there always a comeback in college basketball, Jackson? If your team is up 10 or down 10, does it mean anything?
I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you boys.
Ooh, here we go.
Good.
This has never been said before.
Okay.
Basketball is a game of runs.
I don't get that.
You
What do
coached at St. Catherine Labouré. Is that something that you ever
We
talked
didn't allow
about?
runs. We simply didn't allow it.
Shut it down.
It's a game of runs, and so yeah, your opponent might go on a 10-0 run, and you respond with a 14-0 run. And that's how the game is played. And it's to try to limit their runs and extend yours.
Mizzou was up by 11 in the second half, and then they were down by 14. That is a Ledoux math, 25-point swing.
Nice, Horton
Yeah.
Watkins.
Well done.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about
Well,
that?
The
that
shots
happens.
fall, the shots don't fall. Yes, shots.
Yeah. That's what happens.
Did you go outside and scream at all?
No, it's time when a team plays as well in the second half as Tennessee does. You got to tip your cap a little bit. Wish the Tigers wouldn't have had a little scoring drought issue that they had there, but happens. You're on the road, top 5 team in the country.
Sounds like you didn't care if they won or lost.
I cared.
Josh Schertz scolded you.
Oh, I cared. Trust me, I cared.
Were you with your lover?
Nope, just me.
Are you going to watch a tournament with your lover?
We'll see.
Where has he been?
Might advise. Nice. So good.
Sniped.
I'll probably be live streaming.
That is so.
I'll probably be live streaming every Mizzou game. So
You're
probably
going to be live
not.
streaming on what, like Instagram? TMA YouTube channel?
TMA YouTube, yeah, Twitter, all that stuff.
Really?
Yeah, people wanted it.
Look at that.
The people they
Here we
do
go.
They do ask. They ask.
You're going to be a first.
Who's they?
The audience, the people who listen. Last time I did it, there was a bunch of people in there
When
watching
you say
with
a
me.
bunch.
300
Really?
at the
I'll
end.
count that as a bunch.
At the end of the Utah State Missouri game, 2022 tournament, there was like 300 people in all sorts of platforms watching. Along with
Hate
me.
watching?
No, they were fired up for the Tigers.
Okay.
Or just hanging out.
There's a lot of Schadenfreude.
Sure.
This show, actually, I think its greatest fuel, side of ROI for advertisers, has been the Schadenfreude of the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's
So when they watch with you, what do they get? Just a shot of your face on the couch?
the people were asking for it the last time I did, when Missouri played Utah State in the tournament. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. And at the beginning of the game, it was like maybe 90, 100 people. And then towards the end, it got into the 300s.
And were they asking you questions? Like, what do
Yeah.
you think about this zone defense?
Yeah, some stuff like that, box out stuff.
And you're shooting it with your phone?
No, my laptop.
Your laptop shoots the video, and on your phone, you answer the questions.
No, the chat is on the laptop, like on the side.
So it's not an audio conversation. It's all via text. Like you type back.
Yeah, it's
and
like
forth.
the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Now, Missouri played Utah State on a Friday in 2023. Or was it a Thursday?
I want to say it was a Friday afternoon.
I'm all in on Thursday because
afternoon.
they played Princeton
On
a Saturday.
On a Saturday.
Yeah.
Did you do it for the Princeton game?
I did.
And how did that go?
Not as well because it was a slow death. Like that second half, you saw it coming for like the last 14 minutes of the second half. So people were kind of, all right, I'll leave. If it was like a buzzer beater, I would bet the numbers would have been way high.
I was going to text you approximately game time-wise last night, about 4.5, 5 minutes into the game, and saying, I got to go live bet Tennessee. This is a replay of the Texas game. They hadn't scored a basket yet. They hadn't scored a point yet. And then all of a sudden, fight Tiger.
Yeah, fight
and
Tony.
for approximately the next 20-ish minutes of gameplay, they dominated.
Yeah.
And I'm going, holy crap. But here's the thing. As strange as it might sound, I'd like to think that the majority of the audience would acknowledge if it's a ball, I call it a ball. If it's a strike, I call it a strike. I am a Missouri fan. The way in which they lost that game strangely makes me feel even better about the team's big picture chances, because Tennessee, which I think was one of the worst performing schools in the conference from three, went off. And what can you do when that's going on?
Yeah.
10 of 15 from three-point land. I mean,
Yeah, not much you can do.
Doug, that's why you have decided to doff your cap this morning.
They shot 66% from threes for the game.
Yeah.
That's like NBA level or better.
They kind of Mizzou'd Mizzou. Like, that's when Mizzou beat Florida. They were crushing them from outside. When Mizzou beat Mississippi State, they were crushing them from outside. When that happens, it's really tough to keep up scoring when they're just knocking them from three.
Mizzou hit 12 of 30. I mean, they shot well from beyond the arc.
They shot the 19 from 29 from the free throw line isn't going to get you many wins on the road against a top 5 team.
What kind of three-point percentage did you have at Ladue?
Good question.
I think I only shot a handful of threes at Ladue.
You make any, fella?
Maybe one.
Did you?
Yep.
You were the T.O. Barrett. Everybody said, no, not you.
Yeah.
Don't you shoot it.
Jimmy Dykes. Oh, they didn't want to. They like the look. They don't like the player.
I liked the look.
But did you like the player?
If you're going to be out on the floor, you got to shoot.
Think about that, Doug.
Freshman
That
or
was
otherwise.
Sammy Haley's motto. Martin, I don't know if you're looking at the Air Comfort Service text inbox. That number's 314-399-9646. And today and tomorrow are your last 2 days, especially for these new 101 ESPN listeners that didn't have their names saved in the text inbox. Jackson will change. Jackson or Chairman Kurt, who does it? Jackson does it. Will change your name. So if you just have a phone number, which is about, on the screen right now, about 50% of the texters, Jackson will change your name to the, Doug, you like this term? Nom de plume?
No, I don't care for
Code name? Does that work better? This is America,
that's better.
Jack?
It is, yeah. Stop with the French.
But Uncle Cucker, he has gifs of Jackson watching Missouri and either Utah State or Princeton in the NCAA tournament 2 years ago. You see that, Martin?
That was
People have saved gifs of watching Jackson and his reactions.
Well, there it is.
Yeah. See?
And I was kind of like, holding back a little bit.
that right?
During, well, because I don't want to really embarrass myself.
See, that's why I ask about you watching these games with your lover.
Yeah, I watched the Illinois game with her, and I went crazy one time, and I was like, I'm a child.
The GIF I'm looking at, though, is if you're in, like, the pep squad, it's like... Like you're doing some
I
kind
think
of...
someone had
Billikens,
You're
rah,
doing,
rah, rah.
he's doing a cheer, it appears.
I think someone had asked me to
Were
do
you a
like
yell leader at Mizzou?
No, God, no.
You could have been an antler.
Gig 'em.
No, hard pass.
Oh, that's not going to play
Gordo,
well on
call
Tiger
in.
board.
What does
I
that
didn't
say
need to
about
be in
the
a
other
club
antler?
to be I didn't need to be in a club to bleed black and gold.
Clip that off.
I was there every damn game.
Chairman Kurt's nodding. He's my boy. How does it make you feel that Roy Williams was there wearing orange last night?
Didn't love it.
Yeah, what was that about?
I didn't love that at all. I was like, what are you doing here? Get lost. I respect you. I respect the great Roy Williams, but I don't need. He's got no affiliation.
He used to cry a lot.
Did Rick Barnes used to coach under him? What's the deal there?
Doug?
Oh, maybe that's the
Crowdsourcing.
connection.
That's our first crowdsourcing. Over under
Yeah, I
crowdsourcing,
don't-
6.5
Barnes
between now
went
and
from
11 o'clock.
Providence to Texas to Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought, is he just because he used to coach at Kansas, he's there to get the craw of the Missouri
I doubt
Tigers?
that.
I'm going to hold Jackson accountable for that loss. The boys felt the lack of faith. That's from Doug's prison wallet. He is the TMA social media watchdog.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't love the matchup going into the game.
You didn't.
Missouri wound up covered at 9.5 points.
They did.
Didn't look like it for a minute in the second half. Like, I was
boy.
starting to think Vegas knows everything. When they were down big, I thought, wow, they knew that Mizzou was going to get clocked.
I actually do think that's one of the bigger takeaways of me like being comfortable with that game a little bit is how hard they fought, even like down 14 with that little time left. Like most teams are like, all right, we got no chance. Like we're on the road. They kept playing, man. It made it a real game all the way to the end.
First time they've lost this year when scoring 80 points, and only the second time they've lost this year when leading at the half. Yep. Memphis, the first game of the season, was the other one.
Yep.
But yeah, I come away from it going, okay, Tennessee had to go off from three in order to beat them. And if you run into a team that normally doesn't utilize threes to be a successful ball club, and they go off and do what they did, that's a cap tipper. So I'm at peace with it.
Jimmy Dykes said this might be a Final Four type team about Mizzou. I was
Conference
like, wow.
Final Four locally. Of course, Doug, it goes back to 1989 in Michigan and Illinois.
Well, I'd like to talk college hoops with you, but I can't talk out of my nose like you do.
Yeah, you got. If you're going to talk about Borch, You got to adjust your dialect just a little bit.
Okay.
Meanwhile, ILL. Jackson, what's going on ILL?
They got an issue. If
If you would ask me who could win a tournament,
I know,
is a long shot play about a month ago, I'd have been like, yeah, ILL. And now I don't know what the hell's going on with ILL.
they got some issues. I mean, they had to come from behind against Ohio State, who has been better in the recent weeks, but lost in Nebraska. The loss to Maryland a couple weeks ago was really bad.
And you talk about Wutkas.
Yeah, and then Rutgers. I mean, Rutgers is not good. Rutgers is not
They're down
good.
23-6.
Yeah, Rutgers is not good. They got a consistency issue that they got to fix ASAP. You can't be going into late February, early March with a consistency issue. You got to get that ironed out. But Brad Underwood's a really good basketball coach, and I have faith that they will get it ironed out.
We forget in 2004? That's from Beer Cats.
Doug?
I've forgotten most of everything that happened before.
Blues lost to the
yesterday.
Sharks in 5 games. Cardinals lost to the Red Sox in 4 games. And
Rammies 8-8.
and
Made
then
the
went to the
postseason.
playoffs, and they beat the Seahawks. Was that Cam Cleveland? But then they got blown off the field by the Falcons.
Michael Vick, was he the one who ran?
Michael Vick ran all over, but it was Alan Rossum on the punt returns, maybe.
They had some special teams. Don't forget about the special teams. issues.
Don't forget about this.
So I have not forgotten 2004, but Beer Cats is asking that question, Jackson.
Is he talking about Mizzou in 2004?
He's almost certainly talking about the Illinois playing North Carolina.
That was 2005.
But that wasn't a conference matchup. I was saying if Missouri were to play Tennessee, you have a conference matchup in the Final Four like Michigan, Illinois in 1989. Was that Kendall Gill?
Yes, it was.
I thought you were
Kenny
talking
Anderson?
about local Final Fours. Apologies.
Yeah,
Was
Marcus,
Ephraim Winters on that team?
Marcus Liberty, maybe?
Might have been a little later.
Jesus, is there anything else you guys can talk about? Holy smokes, that's from Eric in the Central
That's
West
fair.
Area.
That's
and
fair.
he hates the topic of basketball. He hates the topic of basketball.
Well,
Take your lacrosse calls. 969, whatever the number is.
314-974-0101. I don't know how many phone calls we'll get to next week, Doug, because we will be live from Jupiter, Florida for TMA at Cardinal Spring Training, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. The program returns to the Cardinal Spring Training Complex in Jupiter. I think it's the 16th year we've done it from Jupiter, Florida. Tune in next week as TMA broadcast from Cardinal Spring Training all week long, live from Roger Dean Stadium. Don't miss TMA from Cardinal Spring Training all next week on 101 ESPN. It's brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Doug, Jackson, and I flying down on Saturday. Martin on Sunday. Jackson going over to the complex on Sunday. I'll be going. Doug, I think you might join to test out all the equipment because we'll be up on YouTube from spring training in addition to 101 ESPN and, of course, the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center 101 ESPN app, and there is also a TMA STL app to download. So
I've checked the weather. It looks like upper 70s, low 80s, and sunny every day. You guys thinking about doing the show topless?
Oh, Bill. I don't know how comfortable about 30% of the audience would be with the barbell studs in my left nipple.
Oh, yeah. That's a game changer.
I think cutoff shirt is the go-to because it's a tribute to Edmonds.
Half-
I think we all wear an Edmonds jersey day one just to troll the old organization.
Yeah, he when he would be asked about that half shirt, which I believe was under his jersey when he hit the walk-off home run, was it Dan Maselli in Game 6 of the 2004?
I don't remember.
Was it Wheeler? No.
It was Maselli. I really do. It was a sore subject. He would initially answer it sincerely by saying, well, you don't want to wear a full shirt, and here's the reason. And then as the picture made its way around, he wouldn't be asked about it. He would be kind enough to do online chats, and somebody started going after him for it. And he said, well, I don't show up to McDonald's and ask you why you're wearing what you're wearing. Don't ask me what I wear to work.
Reasonable.
And so...
Naked bodies.
So we started to bail on all half-shirt questions in the chat.
But what is the origin of the half shirt? Like it's so hot when you got a full shirt on that you just can't take it. You got to go half shirt, but you don't want to take your shirt off. What is it? Doug, explain to me the origin.
I remember Auburn football team wearing half jerseys for a year or two.
Oh, War Damn Eagle.
I remember Doug Flutie when he throws that football. When he
throws that football.
I know. I sounded like somebody's
How
like.
are the sports? Are they great?
Sounds like some Swedish uncle there, but like when he, what's the guy's Miami?
Yeah.
Orange Bowl. They're like jumping up.
You were at that game, weren't you?
They're jumping up and down. They're wearing like you can like almost see their nipples.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
And they're like mesh jerseys.
That was kind of a look for college football. You're right. Just barely covering the shoulder pads.
Was that mid 80s, late 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we bring it back?
I don't know. I can see if you had a big gut, you wouldn't want a T-shirt because you'd have to buy a really big T-shirt everywhere else.
Right.
That wouldn't fit you very well to accommodate the gut.
I think it is kind of coming back in college football.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, the half shirt certainly is.
Yeah, you can even, that's a choice when you make a player in the football game.
Yeah, that I believe
Is that right?
I
like my
Is that
quarterback.
when you make your teams on the video game?
Hell no.
Yeah, the quarterback goes crop top. And
it shows a lot more
Why?
skin than you'd think. I think that's a tribute to Ezekiel Elliott. I think Zeke really brought that into the football world as of late.
did Boz start that? Was that a Boz thing, Martin?
That's a good question. Boz made it prominent, but I think it was already a thing. Maybe it gives you more flexibility if you're a football player. You're not
I don't know.
strapped down.
I would wear a
guess.
crop top every moment if I had the body for it.
Okay.
Can somebody please give the final score to Missouri versus Tennessee last night?
85.
It's 15 minutes in, and you still haven't given a final score. That's from the 314. I get the sense probably isn't going to be texting in a code name.
You think that's real?
85-81.
There's virtually no way to get it on your own.
Martin, you like to scroll back in the text history to kind of determine whether or not we're...
Oh, body of work.
body of work. Tanner, how many 12-yard field goals have it been this year? Really, 12 yards? Come on. That was the previous text.
That was a good one.
So I'm going to say
That was
So
fair.
it's going to come after you, guy.
there's a lot come after you guys. You can come after us. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The Angry Engineer is a new burner in the YouTube chat and says, do Tim and Jackson still wear their Kamala half shirts?
I do.
Oh, gosh.
I do.
You do?
I get lumped in now.
Yeah.
You wear a Kamala half shirt.
Yep.
You're going to be wearing that at Roger Dean Stadium next week.
Yeah. I think that'll be endearing.
Go over real well.
Yeah.
That'll be a tune into the YouTube next week for Cardinal Spring Training as Jackson Burkett will be wearing a Kamala half shirt.
That's right.
Which goes back to my disdain rankings. Who will look at the table with the most
God,
disdain?
it's tough.
I had to rethink it after throwing it out there the other day. I think Nolan Gorman might give us a look of disdain. Nice fella, but I just don't know if he wants the hijinks. I'm excited. I think a lot. I talked to Brian Bartow, the great PR man for the Cardinals. He's excited about the show being there. We talked about all the great personalities that are on this team. Seriously, honestly, if you're a young player on the team last year, I'm not holding rights. I'm not saying they're winning the pennant. But if you were a young guy on the team last year and you've got some personality, you look around, Goldschmidt's a veteran leader, Arenado's a veteran leader. They bring in Matt Carpenter. It's kind of a serious group. I think this will be a more fun, younger group to be around. And from what we're doing, which is talking to people, hearing their story, sharing their personality, I think it'll be a good group to be around because you don't have some of that older seriousness is all I can call it. Yeah. That veteran intensity. I think this gang will have a little more fun.
And it's important to have fun because it's a long,
For sure.
long season. And if you're not really enjoying being there all the time and the other teammates, it could get to be a rough ride.
I mean, I think it's become more of a topic for the Blues, that the room's a little blah, that there's not a ton of personality. I think people even that cover the team, that are around the team, that know the team, have said the same thing. So even though it doesn't change your one-loss record necessarily, I think it can be a factor. I think this would be a group, and you guys aren't down there during the season regularly, but there is a vibe you pick up when you're around the room when they're just not having much fun. And I think this group largely, I think like you guys will enjoy Victor Scott. I think you'll enjoy Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker. Now, having said all that, what if none of them come on the show? Tim, what if we set up the old table, run the chords, and we just sit there and do play-by-play every day? Hey, the guys are out shagging. Hey,
free and easy.
Best shape of their lives.
Is that Jimmy Crooks? Hey, Jimmy.
How's your slide piece?
Now that I see the way they're playing catch, I think this club could win 90.
There you go.
Let me
That's
ask the
day one.
plowmaster this.
Doug Jackson's dad is on the Callier and Thompson phone line. So good morning.
He is
Doug.
not.
Do I have bad information?
He was as of I feel like 45 seconds ago.
Yeah, he. There must have been a barge situation.
I was calling in from the barge?
I didn't actually speak with him. I recognized the name and skipped a step.
Could you hear seagulls croaking? Is that the word?
Seagulls croaking on the Mississippi River in St. Louis.
We don't have seagulls on the Mississippi.
Would be squat. When I think of a dock worker, I think of seagulls. But would they be squawking?
Squawking.
Okay. I remember that there.
Fly with me, lesbian seagull. Who is that sings that?
Engelbert Humperdinck.
And he wrote it as well?
I don't know who wrote it.
Got to do some show prep around here.
Okay.
When the ratings come out, will they drill deep and tell us if we're number one with barge workers? Will we find that out?
All I know is we are strong in Festus. 101 ESPN signal pipes down 55.
Yeah. Almost half of our callers hail from that region.
Well, I don't want to show source, but has Pestis reacted to his big victory?
That's our second crowdsourcing.
Fly with me, lesbian battlehawk.
That was not Engelbert Humperdinck.
Sounded like Ken Iggy
It was.
Strode.
Mr.
Engelbert
Strode.
Humperdinck, lesbian seagull.
Right.
Maybe we could have that as return.
I can't hear that audio without seeing legs crossed and a cigarette dangling. That's my visual. Can't shake
Sharon
it.
Stone. Tennessee was no. Guys, did Bartow's quote-unquote excitement change before or after the Edmonds interview? That's from the 314.
No, they're all good.
Doug, we're fine.
Okay.
I mean, we're just asking questions.
Yeah, I would think so. I
did share the interview with the skipper and with Walt Giacotti.
Oh, really?
Sent them the interview.
Any reaction?
They just said thanks for sending. I think they're intrigued.
Color
What's
me intrigued to know.
What's Walt Giacotti doing these days?
Lives in Arizona. I think he'd had some health issues, but lives in Arizona. Last, he was working for worked for the Reds for a long time because that Bob Castellini, the owner, was originally part of the Cardinals ownership group. And I think Walt, after a while you forget what was said on the air and what was off the air. But it probably doesn't matter. I think Walt said this to me on a podcast in the last couple of years, that when he was with the Reds, it's really an interesting story, and he had just gone there after being dismissed by the Cardinals. Bob Castellini had come from the St. Louis ownership group, that they were all in on signing Albert Pujols that offseason, the free agent year. And Walt said it got to the point they talked to Joey Votto about leaving first base to play left field, and Votto said, for that, absolutely, to get Albert. And Walt swears it was real close, that Albert was interested in doing it. I think what was unsaid is that Albert would have kind of stuck it to the Cardinals by going to Cincinnati. Can you imagine one of those sliding doors if Albert, instead of going to the Angels where we largely forgot about him because he's out west playing in the middle of the night, had that happen? I never had heard that story. And Walt said 100% it was close. We just, in the end, didn't get the money that he got with the Angels. But that Albert was intrigued by the idea. Can you imagine that? Him coming back, 3 times a year and just killing home runs?
And playing in
call
that
here in the
park?
Red, in that ballpark.
He'd hit 70 home runs.
Sandbox. I don't remember the Marlins being a random one.
They were the secret one.
But I don't remember hearing much about
I never heard of it. I'd never heard that story. And maybe that was the real secret team that I always mocked as an agent, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, you don't think of them as having the kind of money to even be in contention.
I guess they would have extended. I think it was a couple of factors there. It was Castellini having been in St. Louis. It was Albert intrigued by the idea. And then the Reds saying, hey, if we're going to go for it, the team we got to take down at that time was St. Louis. And the best way to do it is to take their best player.
The Cardinals need you guys down there and get you guys on air to help turn around this PR nightmare. They need these guys to show they care. This is a crisis for the baseball team. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. And Doug, we're the salve?
I don't think we're any sort of ointment. I could see how they want to put the Edmonds thing behind them. Not that they're terribly worried about it, probably. They don't want to start the season off, spring training off on a sour note. They want to be optimistic, just like everybody else, even though no one's picking them to do much. They don't want to go down there with that pall hanging over the club.
What was your first St. Louis Channel 4 spring training report? Do you remember what year it would have been? Because I would love to.
At an Al Lang Stadium.
I never got to Al Lang.
Like 90, 91, no?
No, Zipper Zepper used to always go.
Gary Apple.
They'd only send one guy.
My bestest buddy, Joe Torre, is going to join us next.
Yeah.
Because it would be fun to go back and find a clip where any of us boneheads are there. I think this club is looking good. So-and-so came in the best shape of his life. We talked to the team about it. And every first day report, somebody showed up early. I remember reading in the paper, Ray Langford arrived early. Rick Hummel puts a note in the paper. I'm going down a couple of days later. I was all excited. Oh, good, because who's there? Who can we talk to? I didn't see him for like a week.
Yeah.
And then I said, where you at? He said, I just checked in, last week. And I said, then you get in the paper. Hey, look who's here early.
Right.
And you don't see him for another week.
And we make a big deal out of a guy who shows up a day early. Boy, he's going to have a big season. He showed up a day early to take batting practice for 20 minutes.
And then they're golfing.
And we say things like, this fella is looking to have a really fine ball season.
Like you're in the Depression.
You've said enough to get your right shoulder merit badge.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And then Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday the announcement was made. Another huge moment on this program this week that Pestis from Festus won the Listener of the Month. And Doug here to make his Sally Field-like speech is Pestis from Festus on 101 ESPN. Pestis, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning to you, Pestis.
Oh, good. Jackson, don't let them pick on you. NCAA basketball means you play it on the court, not on paper.
Ain't that the truth?
Yep.
Yep.
Now, as far as my winning the Listener of the Month, I want to thank you gentlemen very much.
Sure.
Congratulations.
I'm very proud of it and honored that I was able to win that.
All right.
Now, I just have one comment.
What?
Nothing towards you gentlemen or anything. It's towards your listeners.
All right.
Everybody wants to pick on my wife. For helping me.
Hold on.
I don't recall any of that. I have to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Where's this going on?
Well, it's right there. They're saying how much she had to help me and do this and do that. Here's the thing about it. I love my wife more than anything on this earth. She's the best person I got. She literally saved my life twice. And as far as somebody messing with her, I wouldn't advise it.
Oh, Doug.
She is the feistiest little 4'10" and a half woman I've ever known.
Little Spitfire.
She's a little fireball. Yep. And I'm 6'3". Can you imagine her standing next to me?
Doug, you better be careful who you pick a fight with.
Were you an athlete back in the day?
I played every sport possible in high school. I played all city leagues in softball and baseball. I played roller hockey in the church parking lot at St. Rock's.
St. Rock. Wow. Nice. May it rest in peace. Just shut it down, Doug.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear they shut that down.
How did you and the Spitfire meet? Malt shop?
It was on the internet.
Oh, really?
I was out on a website.
Dating app?
What year?
Oh, God. Let's see. When was it? 15.
Okay, recent.
2015.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been married 8 years now.
Was that on farmersonly.com or which website was it?
No, it was the oldfolksinternational.com.
Old Folks International.
Live read?
It works. Apparently it works.
YOLO.
Oh, no, it was just, it was out on Facebook.
Facebook.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, whatever works. That's how it's done nowadays.
Oh, since you're going into baseball, I have a trivia question for you.
Segue, the graphic change.
It's a 5-part trivia question.
Oh, God.
Doug, are you taking 5
I don't know if we got time.
I mean, based on the first segment, it seems we might have time for it.
You'll never get it. I won't ask for the answer right here on air.
No.
You can give it to me after I'm off the air.
Sure.
Okay. 1967. What happened to the St. Louis Cardinals and who did it?
That's kind of broad. That's kind of broad.
JR?
Yeah, but if you look it up, I'll give you a hint. January 15th, Saturday. I mean, not January. July 15th, Saturday.
Is that Friday?
July 15th. Well, they won
July 15th.
they won the World
Saturday
Series
night.
that year. They won it all that year.
Against Pittsburgh.
Oh, Gibson broke his leg.
That is it.
Okay.
But who did it?
Was it?
Clemente hit the line drive off his leg, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
one part or two parts?
That's the one part.
Okay.
Now, here's the next one.
20% home.
All right.
1968.
What day?
What happened to the Cardinals then? It was one bad thing and two good things.
Okay. Kurt Flood was a bad
Was
one.
it a particular day we're talking about?
You know, it's a very good question.
Season-wise.
What happened? Well, this season, 1968. Well, they went to the World Series and lost it in 7 games to Detroit.
Yes. Now,
That the bad
two
thing?
things. Two things. What happened to their pitchers that year? One pitcher in particular.
68. Did Nelson Bryles get hurt that year?
Nope. I'll give it to
Sports
you
Open
right now.
Line.
Okay.
Bob Gibson won the Cy Young Award,
Yeah.
and he won the MVP of the year.
Right.
Okay.
That was the 1.12 ERA year. What was the bad thing
Now,
that
here's
happened?
the last part of the question.
Oh,
and this
really?
one's really
got to
good.
do a better job.
This one's really good.
Okay.
What happened in 1968 that changed baseball in 1969?
They lowered the pitching mound.
Those are the ERA, 1.12.
That's it, right there.
Oh, I feel good about myself. I feel bad. Somebody just told you to go play on I-55. This is terrible. These people at Tech, not a lot of support right now for our listener of the month.
Well, tell them don't try to send me their wives. I don't want them.
Oh, God.
Flip it off.
Tough.
I got my own. Gentlemen, it's been great. I will get back with you probably after your trip down to Florida and enjoy it. Stay safe, have some sun, and keep Jackson under a leash or something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's
likely to go
he's a
crazy down
dangerous
there.
man. Thank you, Pastis. Congratulations on the win.
Don't let him on the beach.
Oh, we won't. He's too pale.
Yeah,
Catch
he got
fire.
the 50 sunblock on. Thank you. That's Pastis from Fastest Doug. He is your January listener of the month. And he
Doug, should I not go to the phones anymore?
No, I love those calls. They can be poison.
What were the 5 parts? I think I
felt like we only got 2. Well, Doug, the texter's not happy with the call, unfortunately. This guy's loneliness saddens me, and I've been in the TMA YouTube chat. That's from Nate in Tallahassee, kind of giving himself, some
Right.
credibility.
But
saying,
he's not lonely. He's got his wife that he loves.
OMG, this hillbilly has to go. Caller Adam alert. Bring your 5 trivia questions for Doug. That's from Saucy Jack. Now, Sweet Kai, I love Pestis. He can have Sugar Mama. And that's Jackson's buddy, Sweet Kai, who lives in Martha's Vineyard.
Currently, yeah.
With his sugar mama.
Yeah.
Yep. His fiance.
I gotta say, the Pestis twist I didn't see coming was his wife. I was thinking they met in like 1965 at a bowling alley. It was 2015 online. Like, why? I didn't see that coming.
Technology and stuff.
Right. That's how they do it. That's how it's done now, I guess.
God bless him. I enjoy him.
Dougie's our listener of the month.
Yeah, well, you can see why.
Yeah, a lot of invitations for a variety of ways to end the call. Doug, Bleach and I-55. This one combines them. What happened in 2025, specifically February 6th? I'll tell you, it's the day Pestis drank bleach while playing in traffic. That's from B Money. So
come on.
So you call into the program, and then the texters don't like you. It's an unfortunate thing. But then the callers don't like the texters going after them. And Doug, we just have wah. It's wah,
Yes.
wah, wah.
It's not like they just don't like him. They want him dead. Right. On 55.
It's a bit harsh.
It seems a little much to then drink bleach and then be in traffic.
Right.
Like one or the other.
your poison,
We'll
man.
probably do it.
How wild do you think 6'3" looks next to 4'10"?
Did he say he's 6'3"?
Isn't that what he said?
Uh-huh.
Wasn't that the deal with Casey Kasem and his wife, Jean?
She was the one that was 6'3".
Right.
Hi, gang at Cheers. That's the actress. Remember her? The blonde lady that would come in and chat. She would say, hi, gang at Cheers. That was Casey Kasem's wife.
Martin's doing show prep,
But
Doug.
30 years younger? 20 at least?
Ish. Willie, Tony doesn't have time for these kind of calls. That's what happened every Sunday. Somebody that random would call into the skipper with a weird thought or observation that if any of us had said during the week at the ballpark, we would have just been annihilated. And instead, because it was on the Mighty Mocs and they were Cardinal fans since 1942, then the skipper would say, that's a really good point. And I'm screaming at the radio, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, you give a little leeway to the older listeners.
I have a feeling Pestis may have called in and Willie put him through on the Jacober vehicle that was Sundays with Tony.
I'm 4'10", and my wife is 6'3", and it's kind of hot. That's from Doug's Hammer Belt in the YouTube chat, which Nate in Tallahassee is not on board with. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. You can get involved on the program by competing in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We do that every day at about 10:50. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can email in. DesignAirService.com. I was texting with Seth Goldcamp yesterday, as a matter of fact, to get our heating and cooling system maintained, and they're going to be coming by and tending to that. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, and I'm a client as well. The longest-running sponsor on the morning after is Design Air Heating and Cooling. And if you run into an issue, whether you need maintenance or the system just goes down, go to DesignAirService.com and work with Seth Goldcamp. No upselling going to go on. They're going to fix it, and you know you're going to be able to count on them, and that's how they earn your business. 4 generations. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at DesignAirService.com. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Big news today, Doug. Martin has a surprise guest booked coming up on the Stiefel dossier.
Okay.
It says 9:30. Stiefel, the sponsor of Jackson's dossier. Martin, how would you tease Doug with this surprise guest?
Any hints?
First of all, I felt like we needed it today. And then looking at the dossier, I think I was right.
Oh, wow, the Stiefel dossier.
Well,
Just got jackhammered.
Since I burned through all the pale peyote questions yesterday, I felt like we needed something. And then
yeah, you did. You just started reading all of this.
Jackson was miffed as if we couldn't. They were so bizarre. I think we could go back and nobody would remember. I would say random. The name came up one day. I scribbled a note, sent it to myself, and followed up on it. I would say, I think you'll enjoy it. I think you'll enjoy it.
Any hints, like initials?
We're too far out. As we get closer, I'll think of
Height? How tall is this fellow?
That's an interesting question.
Why are you assuming fella? With this female
It's always
demographic?
fella. It's always
What
a fella.
about
It's Reese? Oh,
that time that, let's see, no, that was a male, that was a male, that was a male. Yeah, that's a good point. How do you know?
Well,
I think the audience will enjoy it as well.
All right.
That's coming up at 9:30. So really, if you have appointments, you're going to need to push them back.
Push them back, Doug, because at 9:30, we will have a surprise guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brian Crouppen.
this Rich Gould?
Do you know what soundtrack this is from?
Beavis and Butthead Do America.
That's exactly right.
Got to do show prep around here, Doug.
Okay.
Kind of a sick soundtrack cast.
What else do we have on there? Roller Coaster of Love.
They don't have the song titles, but the artists are
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Red Hot
Yeah.
Chili Peppers, no doubt. Ozzy Osbourne, Rancid, LL Cool J.
Ladies love Cool James, Doug. What's your favorite LL Cool J?
I don't know a song that he does.
Isaac Hayes.
Yeah, I love Isaac.
ACD
It's going back to
AC/DC.
Cali.
Yeah, that's it. Mama Said Knock You Out?
Yeah, was that 90? I'm going to go 91 when Mama Said Knock You Out.
Now, Jackson is a cinephile.
Yeah.
Do the producers have to pay the artist to use their song in the movie? I assume they do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
A lot or a little, how that works?
I think it depends on how much of the song you use, but yeah, it's expensive. I can imagine.
Director who has used music most effectively in film.
Scorsese.
Approved and approved by the Board of Approval for better approvals.
Using the second half of Layla.
Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Ray Liotta's got a little white that needs to go away.
The piano part is really awesome. And they did, it was My Way, the Frank Sinatra song.
Chairman of the board, Doug.
But he did the Sid Vicious version for Goodfellas. Incredible.
Van Morrison singing Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb in The Departed. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, when Leo and Vera Farmiga are getting it on. Spoiler alert.
Are you taking
that's
cinema
not good.
questions, Jay? I know we have
Always.
a lot to get to. Blues
Perpetually.
and Panthers tonight, 7 o'clock.
Stanley Cup champions.
Yeah. Matthew Kachuk back in that. I tried to get Walt to call in just to talk a little.
So he's not the surprise
Hockey.
guest at 9:30.
Yeah.
Walt is in Sweden right now.
What's he
Scouting.
doing there?
Is that why Jackson brought up Swedish people earlier?
You didn't know that. No.
people
I
in
just
there.
thought he'd be fun today to tell some Kachuk stories, but he is in Sweden. The other night, my wife and I watched that Emilia Perez, since it's getting all of the headlines.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it.
Spoiler alert, it's not a musical, but there are times when it turns into, and I said to my wife, I'm going to have to turn it off.
You bailed.
I'm going to have to turn it. It's nothing anti-trans. And it was just all of a sudden they start singing and dancing. I can't do it. And she said, hang in there, little. It's not a musical, but has these weird interludes where it becomes a musical. For those who have seen it, chime in. Didn't care for that part of it. Didn't care for that part of it.
I
Yeah, still
watched
haven't seen
Happy Gilmore back-to-back nights with my 7-year-old.
Not a bad way to spend the
Martin, I'm a more meat and potatoes
Yes,
guy.
clearly. Save Mom's Deli, Tim. Martin's over here watching Emilia Perez. My brother-in-law said, you guys will love it. You got to watch it. And I watched it. I was like,
Yeah, still haven't seen it yet.
It's interesting. I will say it's an interesting plot.
Okay.
Doug, you have watched it, and you wrote a review on Good or
haven't
Bad.
watched it. I haven't.
Zero chance Doug has watched it.
No.
It's
I'm so fascinated by what's going on in the world right now. I can't sit and watch entertainment TV.
Fair enough.
Martin's
I watch the
debating whether
news.
or not to follow up. That's what I saw. That was my read. Martin has.
I had a Greenland
He has
joke.
pocket threes. He's like, I'd like to go set mining and see if I can hit a 3 on the flop, but I don't know if I really want to take that risk.
I had a Greenland joke in my head, and then I thought that's less offensive than a Gaza joke, and then I thought maybe I should just sit this one out.
All right, I had a good read.
Yeah.
You can call in with whatever question you would like or talk about how you met your wife in Festus. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, and 202 people are gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL watching the program, talking it over, and seeing what Jackson Burkett has up his sleeve. Jackson, which direction you want to go with your series of questions?
Oh, you want a question?
Okay, let's have a
So
question.
Tim asked you a question about a question, and then you said, oh, do you want a question?
Okay, let's have a
It's
question.
so meta in here.
I know. During my illness, I was crushing a lot of home improvement tape.
Crushing.
Doug's going to
You're
jump all
sitting
over that.
in bed watching TV.
Yeah, it was sick. What do you want from me?
But I just don't like the verb crushing.
I felt like I was crushing it.
Okay.
And that had me thinking, do you think when Chaim Bloom takes over next year, he should take on the Tim the Tool Man Taylor approach of being there to fix things while presenting an approachable personality that can draw fans back in and show a contrast to previous management's perceived pompous nature?
Well, I feel like the answer is obviously yes, but But since you prepared this question, it's your first question, I feel like you want more than an obvious yes.
But do you think like that should be like on the forefront of their mind, like putting Heimblum out there, even starting now?
I don't know why he's not out there now, but
Right.
yes, absolutely. They have, minus shocking the world and going off this year, they have to really focus on changing the public image of this organization. And I would think that Chaim Bloom, based on the little we heard from him at that press conference, and then he was hidden away, would be a great person to do that. He seemed like somebody that I think fans could buy into. And just by being, sometimes you don't want to follow, like it was one of the things 21 years ago, 22 years ago, 3 years ago, I guess, when you didn't want to be the guy to replace Jack Buck, for example, so to speak. This is great. Whoever comes in this spot is just going to have a higher public approval rating just by being a change. So, but I think that Bloom will bring something to the table that I think will endear fans. But that absolutely has to be one of the top charges for the organization.
I've heard from people he's smart. He's fine. I mean, obviously he went to Yale. He's smart, but he's excuse me, emotional.
There's a frog in your throat. There's a frog.
Pretty remarkable.
You're still on this show?
I get emotional when talking about the transition of power here. But I've heard that he's a lot of fun, but I wouldn't know that because I've never been around him, and I do think they should put him out there more. Mozeliak has always said you don't want too many messages at the same time. So if he says something and then Chaim Bloom says something, that's his theory that it doesn't make sense. I would love next week for him to sit down. I want to know what happened with Mookie Betts. I really do. Because
what percentage would you put it that he will sit down at what was the picnic table and now is a circular table with an umbrella?
5%.
Yeah,
Low. It's low.
He probably doesn't want to get out there.
Well, I don't even know if it's him. I just think they're kind of like saying, let's get through this year. You do all you're doing over here, building up the minor leagues, retooling with staffing, and then eventually you're going to be the face of this whole thing. I think it's sort of orchestrated that way. I'd love to hear from him, but I do want to know the Mookie Betts deal because he was there when they traded Mookie Betts. It's been written that he was told to do that or forced to do that by ownership, but then they turned around and signed Trevor Story to a big deal. So I'm confused. I'd love to know a little more about the man who's in charge of your ball club, Doug.
Because that was a huge swing and a miss for the Red Sox organization. I'd like to try to earn my rights holder merit badge now and say, I just really hope this is not another depressing, long, horrendous season for the Cardinals. They've had so many great years over the last 25 years or so, and people need something to be excited and happy and optimistic about. I just hope the whole season isn't about, well, one more year of this, and then we can get on to happier times. I don't want to spend another 6 or 7 months being down on the team. The Cardinals are really important to St. Louis. And when they struggle, all of St. Louis kind of gets in a funk sometimes. And I just hope that somehow they can turn that around. And it's just a much more positive and optimistic experience this year than it's been in the last 2 years.
Do you think behind closed doors they've talked about the home improvement model and tool time? Do you think they're using that thing? Jackson?
If they hadn't, after hearing that question, they will.
They should take notes.
Take notes.
Who'll be as Al Borland?
Pam Anderson?
Pam Anderson.
Somebody leaning over the
Pam
fence.
Anderson was on.
Aren't you guys tired of being down on the Cardinals, though?
Yeah.
It wears on you after a while, just to always be negative, and that's the only place to go here the last 2 years. But I don't want to be negative all the time, and I don't want to have to watch a team that makes me want to be negative.
So here is a prediction in some capacity of the psychology that I think we will see at points over the next 7 months. That because the expectations are so low and because the vibe is so poor, that things that in the past, for the vast majority of the years of Bill DeWitt's ownership, wouldn't necessarily be registered as a positive, they will be over-amplified as a positive in a search for a bright light in the tunnel of darkness. So I think that people, from a contrarian standpoint, not necessarily to be contrarian, but just because they have the same kind of approach as you, they want to love something, they want to find a reason for hope, that oftentimes players who might not necessarily be worthy of that kind of praise will get it because you're going, well, there isn't anything else. The only time in my Cardinal fandom that goes back to what I think we are probably in the midst of would be after Gussie Busch died, and I believe that was September of '89. And then you had the transition from, and it took a little while, the brewery to the new Cardinal ownership group, which was headed by the current owner, Bill DeWitt Jr. And so you would find players that in reality probably weren't stars, but because you didn't have a whole lot to hold on to, like, oh, they're only 7.5 out now, you would go, oh, this guy really might be the next big thing. And in reality, you look back on some of those names and you go,
Greg Jeffries,
Little Elvis, that it really wasn't there. This is the first time that we're going down to do the show from spring training, and the expectation of the people listening in St. Louis and around the country streaming for Cardinal fans will not be that of a postseason appearance and a run. It's just not the way that it's been. And so this is a real unique time in the organization's history. But then you combine it with 23, you combine it with 24, and then what the mindset is after an off season, in which to date there hasn't been an addition made. You not only have low expectations, but you have low morale around the metropolitan area for Cardinal fans.
Yeah. And the Edmonds interview resonated around the country. I noticed yesterday all these different outlets that picked up on it, the New York Post, and maybe it's AI generated, I have no idea. But all of them writing about Edmonds down on the Cardinals. And one of them, maybe it was the New York Post, it ended with Edmonds saying, I'm just going to take my talents and go be a gardener. And I thought, this is the greatest final sentence of a story ever. I'm going to take my talents, a la LeBron, and go and be a gardener. Yeah. No, I think there's no doubt. The morale is low, I think. And maybe the players are a little insulated. If you're Walker Wynn, you're on a big league team, you're excited. You're like, I don't know, maybe we can be good. I don't know if it's affected them, but I think around the employees, the building, people who've been there a long time are probably muttering, oh my God, what happened to us? How did this happen?
Your thoughts are welcome on the topic. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Call in 314-974-0101 and join in the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. 228 friends are in there. Doug John Scores is talking to Don Pepe and Chester McNaughton and MD 2020. And do you pronounce it Shibbity? Is it Shibbity?
That's how I've always said it. Yeah.
Shibbity's in there along with the Angry Engineer. And the Angry Engineer says this is the first time in decades that the Cardinals do not have a single player that's a draw.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that. It is. Unless one of the young guys gets on a tear. But for now, yeah, I don't know who you market around.
Matz?
Yeah, pretty good lefty when healthy.
Fred Bird. Good mascot. Yeah. Can't deny that.
Pretty good bird when he's healthy.
Can have Pestis throw out a ceremonial pitch.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd get people going, I think. Guys, the arrogance of the Cardinal way got in their way, and they tripped over it as the game of baseball passed them by. That's from the 636. But that was like a column.
Well, I don't know that it passed them by. They just made a series of moves that didn't work out. And their two best players got old. Baseball old anyway. Signed some very bad free agents, and now haven't signed any free agents. They haven't signed one all off season, have they? Not
That's
one.
Right.
Not
Only
one.
team in baseball not to add a free agent. So there's a distinction.
It's like they're gun shy now.
Good luck.
Pete Alonso signing with the Mets, eliminate Bregman to the Mets, which therefore tightens the market, which changes Arenado's status, kind of, maybe? Question mark, Tim?
I think that was a domino. I do. I think we're going to see movement here in the next few days on both Bregman and Arenado. That's my read.
Alonso got $54 million for 2 years.
He's got an opt-out after the first year. It's 30 for the first year, 24 for the second year.
Yeah.
And he's got an opt-out, and the thought process is Steve Cohen is in love with Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's a free agent following the season, and he will be going all in on Guerrero, and Alonso will be opting out. was reading that last night from a New York publication. Armin's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yes, Armin.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, sure.
I agree with everything you guys are saying about the Cardinals. I remember Busch Stadium as a kid and watching all the big, great names come up to bat. And now I don't feel like the Cardinals have that anymore. They need to do something, and they need to change it quickly.
Could it become Walker and Wynn? Could those guys become stars that would attract people to the park?
I think so. I think the key core.
You're cutting out.
Doug, we got an issue.
You're cutting out.
Armin, we have an issue with the phone.
Pot him down, Jackie.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Doug's
Yes.
Doug's got you.
Armand? Armand?
ARMAN.
M-A-N.
Hold
Sorry.
on. Okay.
Take it back.
I like that name.
I like spelling.
It's fun, and it's a good time. Armin, now that we can hear you, what were you saying?
I was saying, out of those three key guys, I think the core centerpiece is going to be Mason Wynn. I think everybody's excited to see what he can do. He's going to bring a lot of talent and a lot of swag to that team. And I think you'll see that most of those guys are going to carry around him and bring up the morale of the team. But I think it all starts with him. Walker was just one.
Now we're losing you again. Now we're losing you.
Have to Armin. Okay. Unfortunately, Doug had an issue with where he was driving.
Using a flip phone, maybe?
You thought it was a flip phone. Yeah, now, to answer your question, though, that you asked him, Martin, I agree 100%, because I also think both those guys have some personality that if they have success, that could certainly endear themselves. So, yeah, I do think that's live.
I have a Pete Alonso-related trivia nugget for you guys.
This is a big trivia, 7 o'clock hour.
Pete Alonso is 27 home runs away from being the Mets' all-time home run leader. Doesn't that surprise you a little bit?
Yeah.
Who do you think is number one on the Mets all-time Mets?
Piazza?
Not a bad guess.
I was going to go Strawberry.
St. Louis's own Darryl Strawberry.
It felt like it was so obvious that I felt badly.
Okay,
Chairman Kurt, you just fist pumped for me?
Yeah, I'm excited for you. That was good.
That's the alliance.
come on.
That's the alliance.
Good God.
I mean, you hear Martin talking down to Jackson. That just doesn't happen over here.
Yeah, that's why our alliance is so strong. Martin, you're welcome to join.
He fist
We're like the SEC. We're expanding.
Fist pumped because Tim got the answer right.
I didn't get to chime in earlier, but he also got the "Mama said knock you out" thing right.
90.
Too.
Well, of course I did. That stuff is the years thing.
Number 2 on the Mets all-time home run list is pretty recent, battled injuries.
David Wright.
And was a guest on the Joe Buck show, maybe, that HBO show early on. David Wright is the answer.
Okay.
Pete Alonso, and then Jackson, Mike Piazza. That's a good guess. Number 5 was referenced on this show about a week ago.
Keith Hernandez.
Rusty Staub.
Don Clendenin.
Grand Orange.
Can we have initials, please?
H.J.
Howard Johnson.
Howard
Herbert
Johnson.
Johnson. Yeah.
Number 6 is old school Mets, Dave Kingman.
Oh, yeah.
And he used to hit like 40 homers a year, and then he'd strike out like 300 times.
About 180.
And they said he was a really mean guy and got into it with a female sports writer and sent her a rat in the mail.
Oh,
That's I don't have to look that up.
Yeah, I remember
all
that.
of my stories are loosely true. But Dave Kingman, Carlos Beltran, Michael Conforto is 8th.
Wow.
Lucas Duda. What surprises me is the names on here. I thought there'd be a more prominent list. I think a lot of Mets players kind of come and go.
Wasn't that the Cats guy, Lucas Duda?
Lucas Duda.
Yeah, he would bring up Lucas Duda here. And there.
Todd Hundley, 10th, and then Kevin McReynolds, if you want to go to number 11.
I guess Shea Stadium wasn't necessarily a big home run hitter's park.
I just thought Gary Carter, he's way down on the list.
Yeah.
John Milner. Remember John Milner?
Yeah.
Okay. So Pete Alonso has signed. Will the market shift? Will we get some Arenado to the Yankee talk? Red Sox talk? I don't know. It's getting closer and closer to
the moment in Jupiter, Florida. Maybe we can be there for it, Doug, as we will be the broadcasting from Cardinal Spring Training starting on Monday. And you'll be able to watch it as well. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Jackson, will it be one camera? Is that how it's going to be set up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Kind of like an ESPN Plus broadcast.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Gallagher, Ivor, Arena, Oklahoma State hosting.
Yeah, it'll just be a big shot of the table and all of that.
All right.
Okay. Someone's going to have their back turned to the camera.
Nah, I believe we'll have a table set up so that we'll all be in view.
Oh, like a dais.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
like
is a dais.
similar to a
Apologize.
dais. Similar to a dais.
Ladies and gentlemen, Moritz Royce Jewelers, a sponsor of TMA, and we are approaching Valentine's Day, and you might be thinking about what should I go and get for my girlfriend, for my wife, for my family. Maybe you're thinking about getting engaged. Check out Moritz Royce Jewelers on the 15th floor of the Tower Building right across from the Galleria at 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard. Better known to those of you who are Riz Show listeners at ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. This is a different kind of jewelry purchasing experience because let's be honest, usually when most of us are going in to purchase jewelry, we probably have a budget in mind, but we really don't know what we're doing. We have no clue. And then you get the one-on-one experience in a private setting like you have on the 15th floor of the tower at 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard. Family-owned business with no song and dance, no twinkle lights to make the jewelry look even better. And they have all kinds of options for those of you in the audience. It's Moritz Royce online at ninjabling.com. Check him out on Facebook or Instagram, ninjabling.com. That's Moritz Royce Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Group and on 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union started right across the street from the brewery. Started as Eagle Credit Union with employees at Anheuser-Busch. Now it's grown to 14 area locations. And when you're a member of the credit union, you're not just banking there, you're a part owner. You profit when the credit union profits. Working together, that's what Together Credit Union is all about. And they just launched a brand new high-yield checking account called Empowered Checking. With Empowered Checking, you earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account, the interest paid to you each month. A checking account that rewards you for balances not based on activity. To apply, pretty simple, togethercu.org. Stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. It's a great thing to sign up at Together Credit Union. Do it with the kids. Get them started with their account. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Florida Panthers right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. And that was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, does this take you back to 1991 with Ray Liotta driving around while trying to evade law enforcement?
I guess that's where I've heard this,
I think this part specifically was when Jimmy Conway kind of went on a rampage, taking care of Johnny Roast Beef and his wife and their pink Cadillac.
Spoiler alert.
They had the one guy frozen in the meat truck. Took him 2 days to thaw him out.
It was Frankie Carbone. Spoiler alert.
Who was also in Godfather 2.
He had that mob look about him.
Well, he had like a big afro.
Hey, boys, are we going to have a Super Bowl party in Florida together?
Is that you or a texter? Yeah, I'd say so.
Nice.
Let's watch together. We're going to all be there.
You think there'll be a big TV in this place?
Big enough.
I hope.
Yeah, well, get together, hang out.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
You don't mind if I come over?
Please.
Nice.
Bring your betrothed.
I shall. Would it be awkward if I left my wife behind?
It would be odd.
I got to go watch for work.
Got to go hang out with the boys. Bring a bottle of scotch.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Don't wait up.
Doug's making crab dip.
I don't make a crab dip.
You don't?
No.
I like spinach artichoke.
I like French onion.
Sounds like there'll be a potpourri of dips available at our Super Bowl party.
Fat sitting around watching the game.
Yeah, it sounds fun.
It's real hard not to overeat
Sign me
watching
up.
a game like that.
I told Jackson about these wings down in Jupiter, and I know a number of listeners go down to spring training. I'm telling you. You know who told me about these, Martin? You'll remember this guy? He was with the Cardinals for a number of years, strength and conditioning coach.
Pete Prinzi.
Pete Prinzi. Pete Prinzi.
Looked like he played linebacker at Alabama.
I think his dad did play football at Florida State, actually, and was part of the Florida State broadcast team.
What happened to him?
Could
Pete
be.
Prinzi? I used to
He's
see
down
him.
there. When I go down there, I'll play golf with him. But it's called the Brass Ring. Old school joint on US 1. For those of you who are going down to Jupiter, Florida, Jackson's all excited about trying these wingies. But here's the thing. I hate to hype up food because then all it does is lead to a letdown.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I totally get that. Well, if they're good chicken wings are good chicken wings, man. So I'm excited.
Is Abbey Road still there? That was a spot.
Abbey Road, I think, is gone, or if they did, they redid it, and it's smaller than what it was.
How about Guanabanas? Can a fella get 10 nice sized fritters?
They can indeed. A potpourri of different choices.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm telling you about these wingy Brass Ring. For those of you heading
Bring
down
them over to the party.
Jupiter, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, Shrewsbury Seminary students here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Yes, Shrewsbury Seminary student.
Hey, are you guys there? Can you hear me?
Just barely.
So you guys are on 101 now?
That's right.
Okay, I kept calling 590. Nobody picked up.
No one home anymore.
Yeah. And I haven't called in a while, so can I just get a roster check? Is Iggy still there? He's gone?
He is gone,
He
yes.
sometimes will be in the YouTube chat, though.
Okay. All right. Now, who's on the drops now?
That's Jackson Burkett. He went to Ladue High School.
Jackson, did you get my drops from the last station? Are they still there?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
You're part of the whole settlement.
Okay. Doug, how you been, man?
Oh, I'm fine. You, Shrizzy?
Doing good, man. Living life, working hard. I'm on 270 right now.
How are you?
Good for you.
Nice highway.
Yeah. Pretty light traffic today, honestly.
Okay.
I'm at 270 and about that Clayton overpass.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you headed?
I'm headed to Maryland Heights, where my office is.
Where that tushy boat? Hey.
There's one of your drops right there.
Jackson.
Okay.
All right. Hey, Jackson. Is Jackson still there?
He is here. Yes.
He left.
He's getting frustrated.
You got time for a couple NBA questions?
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Here, we lock you in.
Yeah, this could be a segment. I think this could get sponsored. Jackson, thoughts on the Luka trade, just overall, like big thoughts on the Luka trade.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Surprising. A blockbuster in the purest sense.
Do you think the Lakers have enough to win 3 rounds of playoff series?
No.
To get to the finals?
No.
I kind of do.
Okay.
You guys going to place a wager?
The Mark Williams trade was that was a good trade, but no, I do not think they have enough.
Yeah, I saw Mark Williams getting like 20 and 10 last 10 games at Charlotte. So that's good.
Are you really a Shrewsbury Seminary student? I'm guessing no.
No, I lived in Shrewsbury when I originally called in. I don't know, maybe I found the bowl at the Webster Starbucks. Does anybody remember that?
Doug,
Yes.
he called in a few years ago on this program, and I know we have a number of new listeners now, and got sideways with a gentleman who went by the name of Jimmy the Bull, who then wanted to meet him at the Webster Starbucks to fight.
Right.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Webster Starbucks. Good Starbucks. Anyways, guys, I appreciate you guys taking my call. I've been trying to call in, but it's all been like breaking down like the Blues third line and stuff, so I haven't been able to get on. But I know you got it's okay. But
it's a little close to the truth.
I got a call coming in. I gotta go. I
Okay,
gotta go.
sorry to bother you.
Okay.
Sorry, back to the seminary.
Hey, Mo, get us Bryce Harper. Hey, Mo, get us Bryce Harper.
Kind of a tribute to Cardi B there, I
I
think.
think there used to be a seminary school in Shrewsbury.
Yeah, Kenrick, baby.
And Prep South High School.
Prep South, that's
was
right.
a place where guys went, I think, with the intention of being a priest.
Prep North still going? Or is it
I don't think either one is still around.
Okay.
I think that was in Shrewsbury. Prep
Oh, yeah,
South.
that Kenrick is still pretty prominent over. Everything's named Kenrick over there.
This guy's a fake shrew, but I enjoy his calls. That's from the River to Pear yacht captain.
Okay.
And he knows when somebody's really from Shrewsbury because he has that yacht that goes up and down the River to Pear.
But he's got a tongue like a little hummingbird.
Put that off. Snag that audio and play it for the drops.
Got a little
of
Big
the-
Al in his DNA. That just sounds a little, just voice wise. I wish he would qualify. I would love to know who's answering the phone. What's your name, baby?
Bathe with a plugged-in toaster tool. That's from the 314. Does not have a name saved. If you want your name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson will do it today, and he will do it tomorrow. But once he gets on that plane on Saturday, he will not be changing names anymore.
How did our society ever evolve to the point where the toaster became the murder weapon of choice?
Murder weapon. How did Clue miss out on that as a potential weapon? With
Would
the
it even-
toaster, Colonel Mustard in the bathroom.
But usually there's not an electrical outlet right next to the bathtub.
Shouldn't be.
So the toaster would have to be plugged in.
Yeah, there's usually one somewhat close for your hair drying purposes.
But that won't do it?
But you need
You're
a
not
long
immersed
cord.
in
I don't
water.
really want to
You're not
give
immersed in
instructions here. But if one were to do it, yeah, you'd plug it in and then cannonball.
I don't know. But now they all have those GFI outlets in bathrooms where that would trip before it got so hot that it...
Probably, yeah.
Doug, we got breaking baseball news involving a former Cardinal. Tommy Pham has agreed to a 1-year, $4 million contract with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, boy, good for him.
Just to stick it to the cards.
He's going to get on every team before he retires.
Do you think you could name in order his path?
Hell no.
He's all over the place.
Hell no.
Where would I lose you? Because obviously Cardinals, right?
Yeah. Padres.
And then he was in the trade. Brian Hoffman always called it the bad Pham trade. He was mad they traded him because he thought he was outspoken, and that's why they traded him. That was Brian Hoffman's theory. Because he went from here to
Tampa?
Yes.
Yeah.
But then he went to a team back in the National League where he was stabbed.
San Diego?
Yes.
Nice, Jackson.
Then it's going to get a little tricky.
Chicago?
Central Division.
Can we have initials, please?
CIN.
CIN. Oh, man, what could that be? Centopolis? They don't have a team.
He went from the Padres to the Reds to the Red Sox to the Mets to Arizona to the White Sox to the Cardinals to the Royals and now to the Pirates. Holy
The record's like 14 teams, right?
Mike Morgan.
Yeah, Mike Morgan, I think, had. Todd Zeal had a whole bunch of teams.
Maybe Kenny Lofton played for him. He played for a lot, didn't he?
Kenny Lofton was a pretty good player.
Yeah. I feel like Kenny Lofton played for a ton of teams.
He got the Cardinals in 2002. Steve Klein.
Well, good for Pham if he can squeeze one more year out of it, making $4 million. Who can blame him?
That was a Claves guy. He and Claves always hanging out.
That is true.
Big time.
That is true. Doug, would you like to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, it's where you go, Tim, if you got a furnace problem or in the summer, air conditioning problem. They can handle both. They can handle anything that you can throw at them. Seth Goldcamp and his family have seen it all in their many, many years in business in St. Louis. It started in 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business now. It's been handed down through the Goldcamp family, and these people know exactly what they are doing. They should. They've been at it long enough. They've been at my house a couple times. They just do fantastic work. Don't wait until your furnace breaks down. A little tune-up can prevent that from happening. Maybe you need a new furnace. They can take care of that, too. Usually they can get you fixed up and running as soon as they get there. So it's a number that you need to know if you ever have problems with your furnace or your air conditioning. You won't remember the phone number, so I'll give you the website, designairservice.com. These guys are the longest-running TMA advertisers on the show. They're known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call of duty when they come out to your house. And they will never try to upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very, very seriously. You can schedule online now for a serviceman to come out at designairservice.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day, which you can compete in by emailing the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. At 9:30, surprise guest. And coming up, friend of the program, Mike Francesa, put to the test regarding Super Bowl questions. And Doug, he really dives deep with wonderful audio. We'll have that for you here on the Stiefel dossier. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is a time when people are wondering what the right move would be. You're going to buy the home, you're going to sell them, maybe refinance. Well, that's where Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage can help you out. Call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan, and Stewie is with us right now. Stewie, let's talk about customers refinancing their loan.
You know what, Tim? I love the name of your show. You know why I love the name of the show, The Morning After? Last night, an ESPN listener closed, and we send the notary out to your house to close, so you don't have to go to the title company. You don't have to take off work. Goes after hours to your home, closes the transaction for you, reviews everything. It's easy and it's simple. But this ESPN customer had a FHA loan. With FHA loan, people don't know, you pay PMI no matter how much you borrow, 90% of the property, 80%, always paying that nasty thing called PMI. And if you borrow more than 90%, the PMI never, ever, ever goes away as long as you have that loan. We refinanced them, flipped them to a conventional loan, got rid of that PMI, saving $220 a month. And, Tim, you know how much he paid to actually have the refinance done?
What do you have to pay?
Zero.
Zero.
No call, zero. $220 saved on the loan. Incredible. Now, it didn't cost him a dime. Got out of that FHA loan. He's the morning after. He's doing great.
God bless. Love hearing it. That's the name of the game. Support the sponsors. The sponsors make themselves accessible to you. Stewie gives out his cell phone number. It's 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Thanks, Stewie.
Have a great day.
You too. guys. It's giving me the creeps. You sure got nasty teeth. 1985 Best Picture, Teen Wolf.
That was the Best Picture?
And the actress playing Boof won Best Supporting Actress. Look it up. Do some show prep, please. Okay. Thank you. It's Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. The show's called The Morning After. The kids call it TMA. I'm sporting a TMA Banty Rooster hat. You like that? Mm-hmm. You watch it on YouTube. You get it at TMASTLshop.com. I'm the man in black today. Is it scary?
I'm scared.
It is.
You do the thing.
Well, yeah, watch us all. It's like for people on YouTube, especially Aaron and St. Chuck, who I see is in there and talking it over.
Okay.
She has the nipple rings. Watch us. Scary.
You're waving your hands in front of your face there. It does have a definite gangster vibe.
See? Guarantee a pocket.
Man in Black, Johnny Cash, but also Gary Player. Like, there's a couple of them out. Chris Christopherson felt like a man in black, but it wasn't.
Richard Lewis.
Richard Lewis.
May you rest in peace.
Followed Charlie Marlowe on Twitter, and we were trying to figure that out one time because Richard Lewis went to Ohio State.
Oh, really?
So it was all the Buckeye content, apparently that lured him in. So Chuck, one time, I said, get him on the show. He direct messaged him.
Yeah.
And Richard Lewis said, I'm waiting the next season, and when Larry says it's okay, he was going to come on whenever that next season dropped, and it never happened.
Drat! That would have been outstanding.
Oh, my God.
Mike Francesa is in season 41 of his program, Doug, and he's getting you ready for the Super Bowl this Sunday. And, of course, our Super Bowl party, which will feature 3 different dips in Jupiter, Florida, whereas I'm going to see about getting wings from the Brass Ring down there in Jupetown. Here is a friend of the program, Mike Francesa.
Matt, if your life was on the line and you needed one coach to lead your team, who are you taking? Andy Reid or Bill Parcells? I say this with all sincerity. Gun to my head. If I had one game to win for my life, bullet to my head, the only coach I would take ahead of Bill Parcells was Vince Lombardi. That's it. Otherwise, I'm going with Parcells. Over any of them. Over Walsh, over Gibbs, over Belichick, over Landry, over Paul Brown, over any of them, except not over Vince Lombardi. There was only one Vince Lombardi. I saw that Belichick said they should change the name of the trophy to Tom Brady from Vince Lombardi. Is he out of his mind? There's only one Lombardi. Let the MVP trophy in the Super Bowl be named after Tom Brady. The championship trophy, the stand of excellence as a team, that's the Lombardi trophy. There's only one Vince Lombardi. No one has ever been as good as Vince Lombardi. We'll see you later.
That he's out. Mic drop.
He sounded a little groggy.
The podcast mic isn't. He's not 1:30 to 6 p.m. WFAN mic. That was a different animal.
Podcast mic is a little muted-ish. A little quieter.
I'd really love to see like the other side of the camera shot. Is he just like in his home? I don't know if there's a producer there. He goes on every single day. He does it every single day. I hope it's from his house.
Oh, yeah, I guarantee it's from his house.
Yeah.
Absolutely. At this point, all the money he's made, he didn't leave in that house.
Yeah, so a week or two ago, he, I guess, dropped a car trunk on his head. And so he had this huge Band-Aid on his head.
Oh, what?
He was doing it with this huge Band-Aid on his head. And he would give like a hot take, and the Band-Aid would start to peel off.
That's the price you pay for giving a take, Doug.
Because clearly the sweat had started to form on his brow. And he would just have this dangling Band-Aid while he was yelling about like the Jets or something.
I don't disagree with his Vince Lombardi take, though. He delivers it in an odd way, but
he wasn't asked about Vince Lombardi.
No. But it's probably true. They don't need to change the name of the trophy. And the MVP trophy to Brady, that would make some sense.
I thought that's what the original thing was.
I thought it was as well. So when he was saying that, I'm going, am I misremembering what Belichick actually said? And it was said in a way that it was kind of like, like conversational, just throwing it out there. It wasn't like, "Hi, I'm Bill Belichick, and I'd like to talk to you about the name of the trophy."
Nope, I'm sorry. I
think
according to ESPN.com, Bill Belichick said coaches can't win games without the players and suggested that the Lombardi Trophy be renamed after Tom Brady.
Yeah, but the way it was said was in a different... I get if you read it in a quote, but if you saw the exchange, it wasn't like he's like, "I need to tell you something here. This trophy's misnamed." You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting into the program, 314-399-9646, calling in. Callier and Thompson, phone lines, 314-974-0101, and talking it over with Aaron and St. Chuck, the deep voice dude, and John Scores in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. You miss anything, you can always go back and podcast it in our podcast on TMASTL.com, and the TMA STL app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you know Jason Gosrow because he's been over to your house and he's saved the day.
He has. He saved the day a couple times. I got a really old garage door, and I'm trying to nurse it to health, and I don't want to really replace it just yet if I don't have to. And Jason and his staff have come over a couple times, and once they replaced a strut, and another time he just did a little adjustment on the opener, and it works perfectly now. Thank you, Schaefer Door Company. They can do the same for you. They've been doing it for many years now. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and Mister. They are also versatile. They also can handle big jobs. If you have a warehouse or a business with those big giant garage doors, Schaefer is experienced in handling those types of jobs as well. And they have that special Monday morning standby service. They are ready to go for whatever reason. It seems like when garage doors go, they go over the weekend, and you get out there and start your car and want to get out on a Monday morning and can't get the garage door open. That's a problem. Schaefer Door is ready to go with a team ready to take care of you if you have problems on a Monday. It's Schaefer Door. I'm going to go ahead and spell Schaefer for you now because there's been some confusion over that. SCHAEFER. Yes, only one F. Schaefer with one F. Their website is schaeferdoor.com, or you can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
Schaefer Door sponsored the podcast of TMA and 101 ESPN. I enjoyed this article from, Doug, do you pronounce it Evan Drellich or Evan Drellich?
I usually say Drellich.
Martin, what do you go with?
Is that the Manfred vehicle guy? Is that always writing about Rob Manfred?
He is, actually. Okay. The Athletic. You're going to go Drellich.
Drellich.
All right, there it is. Well, either way, this is what he has just written. Whether to pursue a salary cap has been a central topic for owners this week. During meetings in Florida, people briefed on the discussion said no decisions are to be made by the time the meetings wrap later today, but the league office and owners are taking a, quote, hard look at where they want to go in economics and labor. One person briefed on the meeting said, quote, trying to get everyone focused on what's going to be the goal in labor. Opinions among owners are mixed, people briefed in the discussion said, but time still remains. The collective bargaining agreement for baseball expires after the 26th season. In a vacuum, all owners would likely back a salary cap for the cost control it provides. Some owners are deterred in practice, however, by the lengthy work stoppage expected to be required to achieve one. MLB Players Association has long opposed a cap, and many missed games could ensue if the owners aggressively seek one. Not all owners agree that's a reason to back down, however. Revenue disparity between smaller and larger market teams, a long-standing discussion in baseball, remains a talking point. Some owners also believe a cap would also lessen fan complaints about payrolls. Today, if one owner spends, see the Dodgers, for example, who have an estimated $353 million luxury tax payroll for 25, other owners inherently face pressure to do the same and sometimes criticism for not doing so. The discussions this week have also gone beyond the potential of a cap. Rob Manfred wants to change the way the league handles TV and the revenue distribution. As part of that effort, he wants to significantly alter revenue sharing, the way teams share money amongst themselves. Those are difficult issues politically amongst clubs, one that a cap could help smooth over. But Manfred could also pursue changes to revenue sharing without a cap. Tony Clark, for the record, who is the head of the MLBPA, said that is not something that they are on board with. Quote, players know from firsthand experience that a lockout is neither routine nor positive. It's a weapon, plain and simple, implemented to pressure players and their families by taking away a player's ability to work. You can read more at theathletic.com. That's Evan Drellich or Drellich with the story on owners discussing today whether or not to go forward with pursuing a salary cap after the CBA expires following the 2026 season.
I think it's inevitable that it's going to happen at some point.
Do you really think so?
I think so, because it's careening way out of control now. The haves and the have-nots, the difference seems to be greater than it's been in many, many years. I think most teams would go for it at this point.
But would the players go for it?
No, the players will definitely not go for it.
So they'll institute it, and then they'll have a big work stoppage.
Right. That's
I
what
don't know
would
if that's a good
anticipate.
idea for baseball. I'm going to say that it's maybe not a good time for them to kind of walk away.
Because the game isn't necessarily in a strong position to risk.
It just feels that way. I know there's a lot of numbers. We don't even know about international dollars that come in with Ohtani in Japan. There's a lot of money coming into baseball. It's not a hurting sport, but it does feel like in terms of Americans' interest in the game, I don't know if shutting it down for a year or two would be a good idea.
No, but if some of these teams aren't making any money, in fact, they might be losing money in the short term. They'll get it when they sell the franchise, these owners. But for now, if they're faced with $200 million or more payrolls just to be somewhat competitive, they may not make that back in a year. They may say, we're better off but not playing a year.
Now, the only way a deal gets done is if the other side also gets something. So then you go, okay, what do the players get? And I think the players would certainly want a salary floor, and I think the players would want to be able to become free agents sooner.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that gets things done, but...
Yeah. I would make that deal if I was an owner. As long as you got the cap and the floor, that makes sense.
I personally would love to see it. I personally would love to see it. And then part of me also wonders if what we've seen with this slowing calendar of transactions in the offseason is in part a way to choreograph a narrative that, look, we can't compete in the offseason, and so a number of organizations have said, all right, we'll sit it out with you. And then that's why you see the same damn teams every single time when a free agent is out there in the conversation. It's always limited to a handful of teams.
So the Cardinals are a bit like Norma Ray or Trailblazers by taking this stand. We will lead the way in doing nothing.
Wow, how about that?
They're leading the way in doing nothing. Which
I'm going to sit this one out.
Yeah, I think it's helping. Tim, to your point, somebody's got to take the lead when it comes to doing.
And that's what's going on here.
Yeah, when it comes to doing nothing, they're first.
Viewership's down because of the huge disparity. Lockout to get a salary cap could draw frustrated fans back. That's from the 314. Baseball Armageddon is coming. That's from Just Don't Press Push in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
There were an awful lot of teams last year, even with the expanded playoff format, who weren't even close to making the playoff, not even in the ballpark. Colorado finished 37 out. The Angels, 25 and a half. Chicago, 51 and a half games out of first place. The White Sox. So they're not drawing any eyeballs. They're not getting any fans when your team is hopelessly out. Unless you want to spend a lot, it's hard to keep up. It's really hard.
And we know the players will always fight it. I wonder in the room if the owners are at a majority at this point. Are they all in agreement that this is probably what's best? And you might have teams like Pittsburgh who are cashing checks, being bad, and they're like, hey, we're good with it. We don't mind the system. I would love to know in the room. We know how fans feel about the disparity right now. I'm curious forget the players, they're going to hate it, but do owners sort of agree on the whole that it's just not working? I mean, the Dodgers drove in the corner of the meeting going, hey, everything's good. Yeah, what's the problem? Mets are like, hey, we're good. What's the problem?
Yankees, same. I feel like over the last few months, John Mozeliak has, when talking, said this is just the way things are. Fans are going to have to get used to that. This is the economic reality of the game at this moment when talking about off-season acquisitions. Now, because he is the messenger, therefore, oftentimes people will discard the message because they don't like the messenger. But you can separate the two, and I think he is exactly right. What this is ridiculous, and it's really something else. I don't know if these people are on a payroll of some form or if they're just kind of holding rights for the game, but they point to how there hasn't been a repeat champion and all of these things, and that you don't have the same teams in the World Series. But that, to me, is not an indication of some form of competitive balance in the slightest. The postseason is set up to be some kind of random variance festival. Look at the regular season and who is at the top of the standings year in and year out, and you do not have variance, whether you want to go back 10 years or 20 years. This is what you've got. You've got a handful of teams that regular season-wise are going to be able to be in a spot to win big-time games. The postseason just sets it up now to be a crapshoot. So if you can set up a format that will create variance, that does not indicate competitive balance. You're just choreographing an excuse. And that infuriates me as somebody who grew up loving the game. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. And talk it over in the YouTube chat. That is youtube.com/TMASTL, where 258 listeners are in there talking it over about Billy Gilman. Doug, who sings a beautiful song titled Some Kids Are Crying Watching the News.
One voice. That's what they're talking about in the YouTube chat.
I see John Score said, what happened to Billy Gilman? Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio, and what happened to Billy Gilman?
So the YouTube chat does not mirror the content of the show. They're not in there now having a lively debate about the salary cap.
In the sense that it is attention deficit disorder festivals, yes, it mirrors the show.
Okay.
The topics of the ADD does not.
The pages I have open right now, I have a Dave Kingman Wikipedia page. I looked up the brass rings menu. I don't know if that makes me one of the fats. If I'm already looking at the menu.
Doug, watch this. Wingy, wingy.
Oh.
Billy Gilman's headlining an Alaskan cruise this summer.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah. We should do a remote.
That's a
fun.
good gig to be
if you can get
the
it,
entertainment on a big cruise.
It's Billy Gilman. Why wouldn't he get it?
Doug, I don't know if you saw, but Larry Connors is taking a conservative cruise.
I saw the commercial for that.
Join me on my conservative cruise. So I don't know what that means. Just sit around and have coffee all day and talk about Obama? Like, what does that mean when it's a conservative cruise?
Hey, Martin, we are weird. That's from the YouTube chat.
What I
A guy
said,
posting as the YouTube chat in the YouTube chat.
when I said the YouTube weirdos, I wasn't labeling the entire group in there, but I'm saying the ones who will find something like the dish Brian Kunderman and like make it a thing. There are some people in there who have weird peccadillos.
I mean, hey, they just saw an attractive man standing behind the head coach of the Billikens and said, "Who's the dish in the background?" That's
it really changed his life.
And when I tweeted out that the coach confirms the dish, Brian Kunderman, stays at a separate hotel, the Billikens head coach retweeted it.
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. Drop it.
Oh, we got it right in the chest.
Will there be tasing on the cruise? That would be great. Buffet opens at 5. Larry's tased at 6. Stop by the dining hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved. So many different ways to do so. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is another way. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. They are the title sponsor. Doug, could you guess what their phone number is? You don't have a script in front of you. You just be guessing.
222-2222.
That's right. 314-222-2222. Couldn't be any easier. Presenting sponsor of TMA on 101 ESPN, and we are grateful for their support. Andy Crouppen in earlier this week. Ed Herman and Terry Crouppen also come in and talk it over with us. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. If you are in a spot where you are going to need the caliber of services that Brown & Crouppen provides, wouldn't you want to make sure you're working with somebody who's local? Well, Brown & Crouppen has been local and founded in St. Louis and still operating in St. Louis since 1979. That's a law firm that works in and knows the local court system. Brown & Crouppen, they treat their clients so well, and they are on board with this community. You're going to get great service and great results. 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let it know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. A surprise guest coming your way at 9:30 on the Stiefel dossier.
Okay.
And then at 10:50, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Compete. See if you can hang with Buck Swope, the JV golf coach. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Everybody talks about the prices of groceries going up, up, up. Is anybody doing anything about it? Answer's yes. Your friends at Schnucks lowering prices on not 2300. That's 2,300 items have been lowered around the store. We're talking a huge amount of savings on multiple items, whether it's Jack's Pizza or Ida Potatoes, you name it. Prices are going down. Your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks has dropped the price on over 2,300 items. If you like that Chobani, those giant tubs, or that Stoke.
Yeah, I had some this morning. Some Stoke cold brew.
That Stoke cold brew, that's been marked down by lowering prices on over 2,300 items. Schnucks is bound to have lowered prices on some of your favorites. Check out the digital shelf tags around the store. Find even more savings, more items that have dropped the price. Yeah, the grocery store, it's become more expensive, but they're doing something about it at Schnucks. Everyday savings you can count on at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every day on 2,300 items.
Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL on the Stiefel dossier. A surprise guest at 9:30.
Okay, can't wait. Can't wait. We haven't got much in the way of a hint.
Yeah, you don't like that Martin doesn't really share hints.
No. I don't want to ruin it. It might take a second for you guys to get this one.
Is that right?
We won't know it by the voice?
I don't think so.
I didn't. I mean, it took a while on Pronger last week.
Yeah, I thought that would be more of a giveaway with his voice. Hey there, boys. Came out firing with the just Tom Ackerman show. What do we got going on here? I thought Pronger would be more noted. This one will be a little harder.
So that's coming your way at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:50. Send yours in. And you have this show and tomorrow's show, if you're a new listener on 101 ESPN, to get your name saved in the text inbox. Jackson cuts it off after the first week of each month. It's the only time he'll do it. And plus, this guy's going to Florida. And he's going to be in all the poker rooms and all the cocktail lounges getting bottle service.
I would think so.
Is there a lot of poker rooms in South Florida?
Yes, absolutely.
That the Greyhound racing tracks?
That's correct, actually. Wow, I'm surprised you...
When I was in college, the 1 year in Florida, my buddy was like, "Oh, we should go down to the dog track." I was like, "What?" He's like, "No, cheap hot dogs and you can gamble."
That's right.
I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. What about Jai-alai? You want to go see some Jai-alai?
Doug covered
Jai-alai?
when he was Miami.
Yeah.
Played it a time or two.
It seems really dangerous.
Can be, yes.
Yeah, and we have that like giant arm.
Say stuff.
Is that what it's called?
Nice.
Wow, and you throw the big this guy's done a show prep.
I played a couple times in media events. I have a big, huge trophy.
Pro-Am Jai-alai with Doug Vaughn?
Mm-hmm. It's fun.
And it's kind of like racquetball with a giant arm.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Just Google the opening scene of Miami Vice. You'll see some clips.
I've seen clips of people doing it. It's big on TikTok.
There's a lot of talk that it's rigged sometimes, though.
Oh, really?
You're betting on humans to perform the way you think they're going to. And they can not perform a certain way. And, oh, well, they got another game coming up in 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
And apparently the talk was if you didn't get a certain amount of win place for shows over the course of a season, you'd get fired. So if somebody was popular among the other guys, they'd say, hey, you need a couple wins here so you don't lose your job.
What is the object of the sport? To chuck that thing past the opponent?
Yeah, so the ball doesn't bounce twice. I think it's kind of like racquetball.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But much larger, obviously.
Yeah, it's played like a giant racquetball court kind of thing. Yeah. I'd be interested in. I'd get in on that.
Yeah, if you saw it, you'd go, "Wow, this is really cool."
Yeah, it seems cool.
Is it a high dollar sport?
Not really.
Okay,
not really.
I thought like maybe the wealthy in Miami were going to check that out.
It's a little everybody, like a racetrack.
Okay.
Doug, Jackson's spirits down a little bit because of what took place last night in Knoxville, Tennessee. Maybe it was the tease of the lead and then the Tennessee Volunteers shooting lights out from 3. 10 of 15 from 3 for the worst three-point shooting team in the Southeastern Conference. Last night they go off. Here's what Dennis Gates had to say following the loss.
Great matchup, a great game. I thought our guys came out in the first half, executed the game plan. We minimized our mistakes on the road. I'm proud of our guys for doing that. I'm proud of our guys for stepping up, those that played extra minutes. Ant Robinson was in foul trouble early, never really got going. But in the second half, that's when Tennessee was able to, execute. And I thought they ended up taking more risks behind the arc, taking quicker shots than they did in the first half. And when you shoot 60% from the three, in the second half, 50% from the field, that's where they won that game in that probably first 10 minutes. I thought it took us too long to stabilize, and ultimately we did fight back, and that's what I'm proud of the most.
Martin, do you like that? Does that fit to your Dennis Gates impression?
Yeah, and I don't want to go full Signetti, but if you look at the final score, if you didn't watch the game, if the rest of the country, that's pretty good. Lost by 4. It's cosmetic. I know you want to win the game, Jackson, although you said yesterday you were fine losing. That's a final score that when they do the lazy committee looks at the tournament resume, they're like, oh, wow. They that didn't watch the game at all, that's a good-looking final score for your resume. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Cosmetic.
Wasn't totally, yeah.
Are you happy they lost?
No, God, no.
Because you said it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
It's not what I said at all. But, not what I said
Coach
at all.
Schertz was appalled at your take.
Yeah.
This wasn't my take, but W on Saturday against Buzz in his three-piece suit of Texas A&M. That's going to be no picnic. Still a great week.
Still a great night.
Yeah.
All right, here's what Rick Barnes had to say regarding playing Missouri last night.
A lot of respect for Missouri. Dennis has done a great job with his team from the year they had. The way he's changed just the entire mindset. Coming back from when he was there his first year is really a phenomenal job by him and getting his team ready to play. And they're always tough to play against, and he does a great job. He believes in his system, what he's doing. But, again, give them credit for what happened in the first half because we did not play well at all.
Stedman always ripped on Rick Barnes. Matt Stedman, the great board op back in the day, loved the originator of the being a drop master, I would say. Maybe was he a drop?
He's a wizard.
Is he a TMA Hall of Famer? Probably.
Oh yeah, he's HOF
first ballot. But he would always mock Rick Barnes, and when the tournament would roll around and Texas would be a 2-seed or a 3-seed, he would text me like whenever they were about to play, Rick Barnes, baby, because his theory was that they never quite achieved.
Really high highs and low lows. That's
yes,
Rick Barnes.
Didn't have deep runs.
Yeah, that's Rick Barnes. I really like Rick Barnes. I know I talk often about disliking Tennessee, and I do. I really dislike Tennessee.
Why?
Just everything about them. But
fan base driven, I would say.
More so, yeah. Color scheme doesn't help.
I like the orange, Doug.
I hate the checkerboard thing. It's lame. But I really like Rick Barnes. I really like Rick Barnes.
Yeah, for all the college folks that are easily disliked, he's about as neutral as it gets, right? Like nobody hates Rick Barnes. Stedman mocked his tournament record, but nobody hates Rick Barnes, right?
I'm sure some Tennessee fans have had their moments.
Yeah.
Tennessee came in shooting 31% from three-point range, and last night they started out 10 of 13 before finishing 10 of 15. I mean, what are you going to do in that spot?
Hard to beat a team that's shooting lights out, Timmy.
You run into that in a tournament, and that might be the end of your tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Zakai Zegler, who wasn't even playing in their 20-point win against Florida, was lights out from three, and he shoots like 22% from the three-point line.
He was 4 for 4 last night.
I mean, that's just like, what are you going to do?
Go Vols! Suck it, Jackson! That's from the 618.
All right, keep that energy.
Do you think Tennessee took Caleb Grill out of the game? Because he was 4 for 5, 2 of 3 on threes. This guy's second in the country. If I'm just looking at the stat sheet, and if I'm on the coaching staff, I'm saying, how do we get him more shots?
Well, you're going up against the best defense in the country. Tennessee has the best defense in the country, and their entire game plan was run him off the line. Like, keep a guy on him, face guard him the whole time. They tried doing that, staggered double screen there. We're switching and making sure he's not catching the ball with a chance to shoot. That's what they do. That's what Texas did, and that's what led to that loss, and that's exactly what Tennessee did. If I was an SEC coach, I would
take him out first, let the other guys beat you.
Yeah.
Mark Mitchell 0 for 6 from the field.
Yeah, he didn't have a great game.
Breaking news, Doug. That's what this program does. I'm like Walter Cronkite, just getting the script sent to me here. This just in. Chuckles Marlowe, friend of the program, big Ohio State guy, following the Michigan loss, he thought the end was coming for Ryan Day, and then they go off. They win the national championship, and Pete Thamel just tweeting within the last 25 seconds, Ryan Day and Ohio State have agreed to a new contract, a 7-year deal that'll keep him as the head coach of the Buckeyes through 2031. It adds 3 years on to his current agreement and will be valued at $12.5 million in annual compensation. Doug, he'll be making $12.5 million to coach the Buckeyes.
It's a lot of money. Wonderful.
He was getting fired back in November by just about everybody. Pundits, fans, Chuck.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, like, if we talk about Tennessee, if they would have lost that first game to Tennessee.
Gone.
Probably gone, and now win it all, and the complete opposite. Now you're through 2031.
So Gabe mentioned the other day about Dennis Gates. They go 0-19 in the SEC, including the conference tournament. And people are saying, God, you got to get. And then he said, now they're saying, do we need to extend him? I mean, it's unbelievable in college sports how that pendulum swings.
Yeah, and that's with the transfer portal being so robust. That's the nature of the business.
I suppose if you could justify paying a coach that much, it would be at the college football level.
Yeah.
Where if you can put together a team that can put 80,000 fans paying a lot of money for tickets to all of your games, create a winning atmosphere around the university, like what Saban did to Alabama. That the whole university has exploded.
That is 100% true.
Since he had his success.
That is 100% true.
Yeah.
Totally worth it. I mean, the ROI you get on it is crazy.
I mean, if you have visited Tuscaloosa, I mean, number one, I would imagine there are a number of people in the audience right now who know someone who goes to school there. So that's been one thing. But the way that campus has expanded over the last 15 years, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, the
and
money's
so
just
much of it
pouring
is
in.
attributable to the football team, which sounds so insane. I really do think it's why. Remember we used to hear about guys being eligible? Remember that? Don't hear about it now.
No, nobody's ineligible. Nobody is ever academically ineligible.
You're welcome to participate in the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. You're also welcome to email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Florida Panthers. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Settle in, Doug.
Okay, I'm doing just that. Oh, my word.
Loverman, where can you be? Text in your answer, 314-399-9646, or call in if you are the Loverman. 314-974-0101. Doug, I know you're monitoring Stephen A. Smith's contract situation.
Very, very closely, yeah.
Stephen A. Smith has long been one of ESPN's most recognizable personalities, and it doesn't sound like that's changing anytime soon. Reports emerged in December that Smith and ESPN had reached a deal, though he later disputed those. But in an interview with Front Office Sports, Smith expressed optimism that a deal would soon be reached. Smith cited a very, very close relationship with ESPN president Jimmy Pitoro, as well as Disney CEO Bob Iger, adding that when you have those kinds of relationships, you don't buy those. Hold on a second.
When you have them, you don't buy those.
Right.
You wouldn't have to because you've already got them.
That's right. It's interesting.
So it makes sense.
By definition, It's accurate. He also made it clear that his asking price was not the issue and that the financial side of the deal has long been agreed to. Talking about Smith discussed what issues still linger. Quote, everything that I want to do, you got to make sure all of that is there and it's in the language. The devil's in the details because from a numbers perspective, we agreed months ago, like literally months ago. It's not about the money at this point because the money was agreed to back in October. The issue is all the things that I just finished talking to you about and what I want to do, working out that language because lawyers get involved in all that other stuff. Stephen A. Smith, Doug, sounds like he will be at ESPN. Here is what I am hearing, and that is he wants to get in the politics game.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
He's popping on. He's on Fox News. He's on that Cuomo show on.
He was on Real Time with Bill Maher 2 Fridays ago. He'll talk about politics on his podcast as well. And so I gather when he's talking about the language, he wants to be able to be allowed to appear on other networks that are not owned by Disney so he can do his political thing.
Mike Greenberg just introduced him at the end of Get Up. I saw this online. He said, quite frankly, he might just be the next president of the United States. And Stephen A. said, I agree with that message. That just took place.
How do you know I'm freaky?
Martin, how do you answer that question?
Heard things. He's certainly positioning himself for political comment. I don't know that he wants to run for office, but he's certainly playing the political commentary game.
I would think he would have the type of ego to run for president.
Oh.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Really?
Like that?
I can't imagine he'd get very far, but I could see where he would try. He doesn't talk politics at all on ESPN?
On those shows?
No, on his podcast and then those appearances on those network television programs.
Well, he's got a pretty darn good deal going right now. He ought to just probably keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, but what if he wants more and he wants to be in the Oval Office, Doug?
Well, that would be a lot less in terms of money, a whole lot less.
You get access to...
Unless you're a crook.
It's a lot of money in the government that's flying around, Doug.
Yeah, well, they may be stopping that, maybe putting it into that.
I would like a Jordan-LeBron debate during the, the primaries. That's how you decide.
Who's his running mate? Mad Dog?
Molly Querim. That'd be a good running mate.
Molly Querim would run with Stephen A. Smith.
Sure. It'd be fun.
Somebody is mad that we're not talking about City. It's Gavin from Gavin.
Gavin from Gavin?
I don't like. All I could do is read about.
Where's Gavin?
Doug, they played yesterday.
City did?
Yeah.
How'd they do?
Tie. I call it a draw.
1-1?
You call it a tie. Yeah. How'd you know?
It's usually 1-1.
Real Salt Lake. They're out in that Coachella tournament, Doug. They've got a couple of games left.
Okay, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Exhibition season is underway out west.
Let me read this, Martin. Have you seen? Because he's kind of going off on a. I think he might need to call in. Gavin from Gavin.
Okay.
Chairman, I don't know, 314-974-0101. It's Gavin from Gavin. We are in a horrible economy, and most people have to work 80 hours to cover Villa.
Like paying for Villa Duchesne? Or like you own a villa?
I was wondering. And I have to tell you, Villa Duchesne didn't even cross my mind. That's that Horton Watkins upbringing.
Sure
That's
is.
immediately what you think.
Ritzy schools.
Live at the dorms.
Who has time to sit at a 4-hour baseball game during the day and drop $100? Talk about this. Attendance would be down regardless how old the team is. Talk about STL City more. STL City and soccer is not talked about it at all. Enough. No one cares about baseball like you think either. I'd rather listen to the menu for lunch tomorrow at a retirement home than off-season baseball chit-chat. That's Gavin. He's from Gavin.
Stop yelling at us. We're sensitive.
Would they serve tapioca? Do you think that's still an item?
I got to tell you, I enjoy good pudding.
314-974-0101, Gavin.
Gavin from Gavin. We're clearing the lines. Did you ever clear the phone lines?
Yes, we have. Clear the lines! Clear them out! Everybody who's on there now, drop him! Clear
Send me
the
some
lines!
requests, boys.
Olaf Melberg, it's his first season as the manager.
Martin, you're going to accommodate Gavin from Gavin.
Yeah, you've got Roman Burke. There was a lot of talk that he might get an offer from FC Copenhagen, and that got shot down last week by Lutz and the boys.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
2 Bundesligas, Martin. That's friend of the program from the University High School, Taylor Twellman.
February 22nd, opening night, Energizer Park. That's a Matt Poling vehicle, Energizer Park.
I believe it. Former roommate.
Doesn't that seem kind of dangerous to be playing outdoor soccer in February? You could have 6 inches of snow and ice on the field.
Atmosphere will be sick either way.
Yeah, soccer's kind of an all-weather sport.
Yeah.
Not maybe that's snow.
Well, I don't know. Most of the country plays in nice weather, don't they? But I don't recall seeing a whole lot of video of soccer being played in really horrible weather. Maybe it's there.
In Europe, they play in really, really cold weather.
They play in the winter?
Yeah, of course. Oh, my God. The season starts in August and ends in May.
MLS, a pyramid scheme. Gavin needs to move to England. That's from Carney.
It's a pyramid scheme?
It's been accused of that. The only money they make is by adding expansion franchises and having them pay expansion fees.
Not when Leo Messi comes to your league.
You know.
All of a sudden, they get to 50 teams. Okay, we need to stop expanding.
My wife wants a 3-way with Olaf and Berkey. Does that make me a cuck? Thanks, it's from Ernie Bjorkman. Doug,
It does.
how would you?
It does make him a cuck. Absolutely, it does.
Get screwed.
And he has to sit there and watch it.
That wasn't established. But I guess you're operating on that premise. Counter to Gavin from Gavin. Soccer is a divisive sport. Its fans are snobby and the, quote, cool liberal fans. Always has to go politics, doesn't it?
I know.
No one wants to go watch dudes run around for 90 minutes to end the game 0-0. I'd have more fun watching traffic go by on 270 North. That's from the 636.
The soccer, he's not, that text was a lot off base there, but the discourse is like, if you talk soccer and you don't know as much as like the guy who really loves soccer, you're an idiot. And if you talk soccer, people who hate soccer, it's like, stop talking about it. There's really no middle ground, you know?
This is related, but it's a little bit of an aside. Kim and I went to a game last year, and we were in a section down low, but guy behind us was coaching the whole, like telling the team what to do.
I bet you enjoyed that.
The entire half. Yeah. Get back. No, Pat, you got to, where are you going? He's open. The entire half.
Oh, it's brutal.
Spitting out to the players, who I'm sure were really welcome to his advice on where they needed to be on the field, what they were doing wrong. If you gave me those seats and gave me all you could eat, all you can drink, I would never go back. If you gave me $300 to sit there in front of this guy, I would not go back.
Was he scarved?
scarved. I don't think he had a scarf. I don't know if I even turned to look. I said, we got to move. She said, where are we going? I said, let's just go stand at the bar or something. But we'll miss the action. It's 0-0.
Have you ever sat by a guy who was doing play-by-play, the radio play-by-play?
Ooh, nice. That should be a delight.
Someone like not in soccer, I haven't done it, but I've been there for baseball games where someone's like close enough.
Getting reps?
Here's the bitch.
Calling play-by-play.
They do it in the minor league baseball voice that you love so much.
the Yagler, here's the pitch, and that's a strike one.
Outfield, Thorson, see some room to the right, kicks it over. Could you imagine if somebody actually did that?
Oh, God. That sounds awful.
Please do not start talking about soccer on your show. Thank you. That comes from everyone. The everyone's coming from the 314.
Is that their new handle, everyone?
I don't know. Jackson hasn't updated the name just yet.
Espinosa right foot, targeting back, Bush header, Roman Berkey, an unbelievable diamond save, knocks it away with the mitts, second chance, ends up out of bounds. Roman Berkey, gluing fingernails on shots like manicurist night on a slow-moving party bus.
There's a lot to dissect there. Mana.
I kind of like it.
Nice.
I like it. Up off the far wall, scooped up by Lawal. Sprung here with Sanchez. Motorcycled cross turf to Asqueta, down low, great ball. Oh, Willis K! Willis K! Willis K! Sniffing it out like those airport dogs did with my cutlery set.
So did someone score? Was there a save? Or what happened?
I think it was a save.
Oh.
Dogs, cutleries.
I like it.
So you could sit behind a guy doing play-by-play at the game like that even, Doug.
Well, that wouldn't be too bad.
Vasilev, left side. He's got a look over middle. It looks like that's Thorson. Over Paleo. Oh, denied.
Put a 2-minute time limit on a soccer talk. Let Gavin drink his horrible beer and wake up at 6 a.m. on Sundays with the other nerds that were too small to play any other sport growing up.
Oh,
That's some carny. Well, that hit close to home.
Hurt a lot.
I think Gavin was offered bleach, a railroad track, maybe a toaster. He's been offered a lot of items.
Those are usually the go-tos.
There's the prize pack for the unwelcome texture.
But I feel so bad for some. I mean, soccer fans are getting they're getting stereotyped too hard.
And you're projecting because of the hell you catch for being a fan of the association.
No, I know I'm right. Soccer, it's, just because you like soccer doesn't mean you're automatically like pretentious and like beer that was made in your buddy's garage. It's a good sport.
I just think soccer guy in America has a bit of an inferiority complex.
Sure, I think they've been conditioned that way.
Yeah, because their sport doesn't get the attention of the others, and to him, that's his sport, and we would like to have more attention.
Right.
He would like to get the football, basketball, baseball attention.
Yeah.
It doesn't help, though, if people correct you. So you're supposed to say nil.
Yeah, there's some gatekeeping.
You're supposed to say the pitch.
Yeah.
He's not the coach. He's the manager.
Or the gaffer.
Gaffer, that's the other one.
We're all lifelong St. Louisans here, Doug, and proud St. Louisans. I would actually argue, I feel like Bernie Miklasz used to talk about this, that before, I don't know when you would say, because I really feel like the Blues crossed over into mainstream. You had the combination, perhaps perfect storm in the 80s. Cardinals leave, and Hull's traded here. So that took the Blues up another level. But then when the Rams were here and they were successful, you would oftentimes have Blues fans saying, talk Blues. And then I think what Bernie was saying, which I sense a little bit here with what I think Jackson was saying, but I could be off. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jackson, is that if you talked about the Blues, but you slipped up, then you'd catch hell for not being a hockey guy. But then if you didn't talk about them, then you were a guy who hated the Blues and you weren't communicating to hockey fans. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, talking about the Blues, that's commonplace. It's in part because the Rams leaving, and it's certainly in part because of 2019, and certainly the game itself, in particular, with young people and families now having kids playing hockey, is one of their main sports. It's grown substantially in the area, but I think that there's something there. I could be off on that.
It needs to be like. So with soccer now, it's like if you're not all in, you're not even allowed in. Whereas like There needs to be casual. I watch City every once in a while, maybe once, twice a month. I enjoy soccer. It doesn't consume my life, and it doesn't have to consume my life, and other people can start to enjoy it. Gatekeeping needs to go away.
No more gatekeeping.
Because some people like some things.
And some people don't like other things.
Yeah.
I can kind of see their point. As a baseball fan, if I was in my car listening to talk radio and wanted to hear somebody spill some hot takes about what happened in the Cardinal game last night, and the guy was talking baseball but didn't clearly know what he was talking about, it would be frustrating.
Sure. But
and that's where we are with a lot of sports that aren't the mainstream sports here.
Like when you get a new sportscaster in town and they say, and the Cardinals win 2-3.
Oh, ouch.
You go,
God, I was
it
playing
doesn't-
shinny hockey with my son the other night, and he said, "What's the score?" 2-3, and I said, "Sit down."
Yeah. Did you suspend him?
I said, "Never again."
Yeah.
Never again. And I finished off my 7th Busch beer, and we got back to shinny.
There you go. He had it coming.
Gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
He had it coming.
We had a morning female news person reading sports for a while. And she kept saying Pajoles. And we're like,
Oh, God in heaven. How'd that play on the phone lines?
I get a lot of texts at like 7 a.m. when I had nothing to do with what was going on over at the old Two Fox. And I would get these morning texts saying, really?
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
Jackson, I have an important question that could affect our relationship, which you don't know we have.
Yep.
Which do you prefer, soccer or hockey? That's from Marcia's burner.
Soccer.
Oh, sweet
Oh,
mother.
you son of a so-and-so.
International, like Premier
So
League.
is hockey international.
No, I'm talking like Premier League. I prefer to hockey.
Oh, the MLS is not
you're
good enough
one of
for
those
you.
guys.
Correct.
So what if it were MLS or NHL?
NHL.
Wow. So you managed to alienate everybody there, I think.
Yeah. Well, if honesty is alienating, then
So you're a
be it.
soccer elitist.
No. Now you are drawing conclusions.
You only prefer the game over there.
Yeah, that interests me more.
I haven't watched it enough to know that I could really tell the difference in MLS and Premier League soccer talent.
Atmosphere, I think you'd pick up on.
We got a good atmosphere here.
I'm not saying, well, you got a good ball club. They got a good ball.
They got a good
I'm
ball.
not saying that there is a bad atmosphere. It's just bigger, louder.
You just soured our relationship, you son of a...
That's from Marcia's burner, so it looks like you and Marcia's burner are probably done.
Collateral damage. It's just the cost of being a truth teller.
The cost of being a truth teller has done James Carlton just fine, thank you very much, because his business is thriving at carltoninsurance.net. 410 5-star reviews like this one from Liz Perkins a month ago. Mike Ross and the James Carlton office were recommended to me, and I cannot say enough about the outstanding service I've received in joining this branch and becoming a new customer. Everyone I spoke to is professional and courteous, and Mike is so incredibly friendly and easy to work with. That's James Carlton. He's my insurance agent, State Farm Agency in Webster Groves. You call there right now. You're going to talk to somebody right here in the St. Louis area to take care of you. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. There's a good chance your insurance went up from last year. Call James and his staff. You have nothing to lose, and there is a very good chance they're going to be able to save you money. It's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Coming up here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, the surprise guest. Doug, do you feel like you're on who the surprise guest is?
No, I have no idea. No idea. No clue.
I might throw some hints out early in the call.
Because you're fearful we won't guess.
Yeah. It's a little random.
Okay.
But I think it'll set the tone for this time of year.
Surprise guest coming up next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Gotta tell you something. I know there's snow in the forecast next week. And I know it's still February, but it's going to start warming up here. And then you're going to be spending time outside. And now is the time to start taking care of the outdoors at your home. Those outdoor living spaces can be tended to by Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. I have gotten to know Dan, and I've checked out the showroom in Chesterfield Valley. So impressed, I had them to my home. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. And what they do is custom work, full-on custom decks, adding on a pergola, even looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen. They really do have answers for it all. You can call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
All right, Doug, here we go.
Okay.
It's surprise guest time. Martin Kilcoyne sets this up. Jackson has reached out and connected with the surprise guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and now it's our responsibility to try to figure out who this person is.
It's very exciting.
Well, I mean, it is the baseball season that's upon us, right? So we're going to be there next week at spring training, and I'm just thinking, I wanted to lead things off in the right way and get you guys in the kind of the right frame of mind.
Okay, we need that.
Okay, so you're thinking, caller, welcome in. Good to have you on the show. It's been a minute. Say hello to the fellas.
Good morning, fellas. I hope everything's good. Happy top of the morning.
Oh, I don't have it yet.
I like that.
I don't have it.
Anything you want to say it in Spanish? ¿Cómo está todo el mundo? Te deseo lo mejor hoy. Buenos días.
Wow, he can do Spanish and English.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, let's see. Before there was Molina, there was another 4.
Fernando Vina.
Fernando Vina,
right.
friend of the show.
Wow.
I told you it was a little random. Yeah, we're talking ball.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Fernando Vina.
How about that? Great to have him on the show.
Yeah. What's up, Fernando?
Not much, guys. Good. Happy morning to you guys. You guys have a great show. I've been listening to you guys, and it's a joy to be part of it today.
Oh, man, that's very kind of you. So where were you located right now?
I'm in Lake Tahoe, not too far from Sacramento, and little blistery rain and snow, but not too bad. Enjoying myself, working hard, and trying to keep getting better every day,
God, how about that?
Weren't you coaching, Fernando? Last time I talked to you, maybe about a year ago, we did something before the season. Weren't you coaching one of your son's teams?
Yes, I'm not my son's team because he's older now. He's a police officer in San Diego. With the San Diego PD. Actually, a detective there has been there for a while.
What is he, around 30 now?
He is 33. Getting ready to turn 34 in about a couple weeks.
I remember seeing him in the clubhouse when he was like 7 years old.
I see you're 55. That can't be possible, is it?
Yeah, that was kind of I made a mistake, but thank God everything worked out.
I wouldn't have thought you're anywhere close to that old.
Yeah, no, but Fernando's always been a young, whatever his age is, he's a young. So came here in 2000. That was part of that whole makeover. You had Edmonds arriving late in camp, Matheny and Kyle, and that was Walt kind of said, "Hey, we're going to retool this whole thing." And man, what a time to arrive with the Cardinals.
Yeah, Walt, Tony, George Kissel, Edgar Renteria, obviously the Edmonds trade, myself. Daryl Kyle, the late great, rest in peace, love him to death. Just added a bunch of players, to get back to the postseason, and I mean it's hard to do. Obviously, you add players, and you never know if you'll get to the postseason, right? But we did it, and we were able to get better as a team. We got better as an organization, and it was awesome because you do that. The fans are number one in the world in St. Louis. They support you so much, and it was a great time.
Jim Edmonds, who certainly made headlines on this program earlier this week, but when he would talk about that 2000 team, number one, he said that was a great team that could have / should have won the World Series, but also it was the funnest clubhouse he was ever a part of. And Fernando, you were naming some of the names. I mean, you have a bunch of guys when you look at that roster, and I'll go through some of them, who are guys who were superstars at one point, who may wind up at some point being in the Hall of Fame, or at least like just that class of guys right below it who really created an atmosphere in the clubhouse. So when you go to Baseball Reference and you look up the 2000 Cardinals, Matheny at catcher, McGuire at first, you at second, Edgar Renteria at third, Fernando Tatis, Renteria at short, Tatis at third, Langford, Edmonds, Drew in the outfield. But then you also had Eric Davis, Sean Dunston, Will Clark comes over, and Keel's an up-and-comer with the team. You mentioned Daryl Kyle, Pat Henkins, a guy who won a Cy Young, Andy Bennis, Matt Morris, Alan Bennis. Man, I mean, I'm going through, and it's just like I'm thinking of these guys, Jesse Orozco, a bunch of characters. Mike Timlin, who would become part of that 2004 Red Sox team. Jason Christensen was an amusing guy as well. I mean, that team was full of some personality, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I think we had a lot of guys that were obviously winners on other teams, and Walt and Tony brought them together, obviously, and we were able to, mix it up a little bit, and everybody bought in, and we brought in Will Clark later at the trade deadline to help us, to solidify us a little bit, and I'm trying to think of the closer we had from the Rockies.
Veers.
Also was another
Veers.
Dave Veers was a stud, and he picked us up big time. So we had a lot of guys that knew how to win. We had Sean Dunston and Eric Davis, like you said, on the bench that came and really helped us mesh. So it was a good time. It was a winning time, and obviously with Jimmy coming in also with his expertise and McGuire, and obviously Pujols was coming up as a rookie. So just so many guys that could play the game, and we put it all together, thank goodness.
You came over from Milwaukee 5 years with the Brewers. It was, I think, the last year when they went to the National League, or one of the last couple of years. So you had played against La Russa and the Cardinals. I always love getting people's take. What did you know about Tony, and what was it like the first time you walk into spring training and now you're playing for him?
Tony was always a guy you looked up to, whether you were, I was with the Brewers and playing against Tony's teams. He's just so intense. He loves the game, and he brings so much to the game. And I was just excited to be part of it because I knew he was so supportive of his players. He'd give you all he had to give you the best shot to succeed on the field. So I was excited to be part of Tony La Russa's teams. I never forget when we would start in the playoffs in 2000. Tony would go around. He always had that fungo. We were taking the pregame, and he'd walk around with that fungo. He'd go to every position player, and I'm serious about this. He would go to every position player, and he would almost, ask about your family, ask how you're doing, ask about everything else and not even talk about the game. And he would do that just to calm you down and kind of get you focused on life in general. And then the game would come around. But he would go to each starter and talk for a while, and just with that fungo and nice and calm. And he's so prepared and such a winner. So that would all rub off on you, and you were ready to run through a wall for Tony La Russa and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Did you guys ever get sideways? I feel like he kind of left you alone, right? You guys could probably yell at each other in Spanish.
Yes, but he spoke fluent Spanish, and we would talk in Spanish sometimes, or with Pujols or with Polanco. Eli Marrero, so many guys that spoke Spanish. But he was just a gamer, and you loved playing for him. I know a few times he would try to give me a day off or two, and I was hard-headed and always wanted to play every day. That's the way I was kind of wired. I needed to play every day in the minors to set my pace and be on the field, and he would try to give me a break against Randy Johnson and these type of tough lefties, and I was so hard-headed. I wanted to play against the best, so I would talk to him at those points, and we would talk about different things, and he'd help me learn about, he just tried to give me a day off, a break, and keep going, so you can, it's such a long season that you got to pace yourself.
In St. Louis, we like to think we have the best fans in baseball, the most knowledgeable fans in baseball.
Good job, Doug.
You played in some great baseball cities. Is it true, or are we just a little high on ourselves?
Dougie.
You're agreeing with that assessment? I'm just wondering if we're a little high on ourselves, or if it's really true. Did you notice, having played in all the cities, that the fans here were a little more into the game, I guess is the way we put it?
Oh, yeah. The fans are so committed, and they support you so well. Whether you go to the mall, wherever you're at, they have jerseys on. They support you with the jerseys. It's like to me, I always said it's like a college town. And I say this not only because I played for the Cardinals, but when I would come in with the Milwaukee Brewers and play against the Cardinals, when I made a great play, or when one of my teammates made a great play, they would clap and understand what a good play was all about and respect that. And they would also, clap for the other team. So just a knowledgeable fan base, very supportive. And, again, you wanted to play so hard. And I'll never forget when we got to the playoffs in 2000, we started that run. The field was just packed with fans, and the hair stands up on your arms, and it's just an exciting time, and so much history, right? You look at Stan Musial, George Kissel, Red Shandies. So many guys, Bob Gibson, all these guys that were so good for so many years. So all that, combined with this fan base makes it number one.
Fernando Vina, the surprise guest with us here.
Did I throw you guys for a loop?
It was a great guest. It was a great.
How was it, guys? Pretty good. Not bad, right?
Outstanding.
They're excited.
I want to talk about those playoff series, because you were part of three teams that went to the postseason in St. Louis. And I don't know which one you would say was the best. I certainly would say that 2000 team. I can picture you guys, after you won the Central Division, going out on the streets from the clubhouse and spraying the fans with beer and champagne. That was all out. You open up the playoffs against the Braves. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Ankiel and Maddox, and I think Kyle against Glavine, and you win both those games, and then wind up, obviously, the Ankiel thing famously takes place both against the Braves and then the Mets, and then it was just, okay, got to get them out of the rotation. Very tough spot. The Diamondbacks, whoever won that series, I think everybody felt like was going to be able to beat the Braves, who were waiting, and then you would face the Yankees if you were to be able to do it. And then against the Giants, a team that would go on to go to the World Series. You guys lost in heartbreaking fashion there. Did any of those teams stand out, number one, Fernando, as being the team that you look back on and go, man, that was the one that it should have been? And did any of those losses in the postseason stand out as being more gut-wrenching than any of the others?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. If you look at the Giants, the way they beat us in that series, they broke our hearts. That was a tough one. And obviously the Diamondbacks and the Braves, they would stand out big time because they had, top of the line rotation with Glavine, Maddox, Millwood, these guys that were just very, very nasty. And then you look at the Diamondback side with Randy, with Kurt Schilling. I mean, these guys were tough. But I think the biggest one, we thought we could win, but it didn't work out because they played their tails off and they beat us late, was the Giants. That was a team with Dusty and the rest of that ball club. They beat us late and broke our hearts in San Francisco, and kind of we didn't get over the hump. But man, these were teams we were competing. That's all you would ask, right? To like Tony would say, we just want to get in the tournament, and if we got in the tournament, we could make some noise, and that was our feeling all along. And we played well. We had some tough injuries getting into those playoffs a few times. We lost Matheny. He cut his finger and wasn't able to play. That hurt. And then also we lost Scott Rowland in one of the playoff series too. So when you lose those type of guys and you're not able to go full strength, that set us back a bit. But they were great times. I mean, anytime you're on the field out there with McGuire and Edgar, and I mean, these guys got ice water in their veins, and I just love being part of it and playing and putting up numbers in the playoffs. That's what it's all about. It's a different animal in the playoffs.
Yeah, 93 postseason at-bats, Fernando Vina. Career batting average in the postseason, 333.
Oh, rising to the occasion, Doug.
Yeah.
Put him in the lineup.
Mr. October, number 4, a couple of gold gloves. There's all of that, Fernando. Great time when you were in St. Louis, but also you were in the Jermaine Dupri video.
Damn it, I was going to ask about
Welcome to Atlanta.
Did you know
Morgan,
that?
You said it. No, Morgan, you said it wrong. It's the Martin. I'm sorry. It's the Nelly video. That was the Welcome to Atlanta remix. But we were on the Nelly's part. Nelly's a friend of mine and a huge Cardinal fan. I've actually rolled him a few ground balls. He was a great shortstop and coming out of high school, Nelly in St. Louis, and he loved the Cardinals, and he'd come spend time there. And they asked me to be in the video, and we shot it there at Busch Stadium before a game one day, and it was, man, what an exciting time and fun to be part of that before a series that we would start against. I forgot who we were playing against, but Nelly, big fan. And then that was the Welcome to Atlanta remix with Jermaine Dupri, with Snoop Dogg, Puff Daddy, and you name it. It was a good time.
I would have loved to have seen the skipper walk out there. Yeah, man, Nelly's here, and so Snoop, all these guys. Didn't the skipper? Do you remember Tony having some random like rock people come around and he'd be like, "Yeah, there's a guy from Deep Purple over there." You're like, "What?" Like, was there always an FOT wandering around?
Yes. Tony always. I mean, he had friends everywhere, and once in a while, they would just be there all of a sudden, whether it was I don't know, singers or Bill Belichick. I mean, these different type of guys that were winners. They were all part of Tony's friendships, and he would bring them all along, and they would come. Obviously, Tony was he's a Hall of Fame manager, and he would have friends that were Hall of Fame human beings and also Hall of Fame coaches from other organizations. So it was awesome to be part of that, because you never know, whatever road trip, you'd find someone else and be part of that and be able to meet these guys. So it was pretty sweet.
I see you were listed at 5'9". Did you have people coming up as a young player say, "Yeah, he's a great player. If he was just a little bigger, maybe he'd have a chance"? And if so, did you use that as motivation?
Yeah, always. I mean, coming up when I was in high school and junior college, I mean, they always said I was too small and I couldn't do it. But I took that and I brought it within myself, and that added more fire to my game. I wanted to prove these people wrong, and that's what it was all about for me to to prove them wrong and show them it doesn't matter my stature or how tall I am. It's how strong I am and what kind of heart I bring to the game. And that's what I did. And that's what I try to teach these kids and give back to them today. I'll never forget Ozzie Smith telling me that it didn't matter your size. It mattered what you had in your heart and how much energy and drive you brought daily. And that was what it was all about. And as a guy coming up, they said I couldn't do it, and I wanted to prove them wrong. And that was my big fire inside, kind of pushing me all the time to say, you know what, I'm going to prove these guys wrong. I never thought in a million years that I would make it to the major leagues and be an all-star and win gold gloves. But thank God he watched over me, and he gave me the strength and the ability to stay healthy and the hunger, I think, to prove these scouts or whoever it might be wrong, to go out and play this game the right way and give it all you have. Do the little things. I think that's what's missing today, the little things in the game of baseball. When you're an infielder, you got to know your role. You got to understand this is a game of failure, that you're going to strike out, you're going to make errors, but it's how you bounce back and what you do after you make that error, after you strike out, and the consistency you bring to the game. So that's what I was always taught that early on. It's what I give back to the kids today to help them get better and better. And I learned that from, again, Ozzie Smith, Omar Vizquel when I was early on as a rookie. Lou Brock helped me a ton. George Kissel was a godsend. Just so many guys. But, yes, to answer your question quickly, they said I was too small. I wanted to prove them wrong, and that lit my fire.
You keep up with Renteria? You guys were running mates. I'd go in the corner, and Edgar would be speaking English, and I'd show up with a camera, and he's like, "Oh, no hablo English." I'm like, "You were just speaking. I just heard you."
It was a wonderful strategy that he executed.
Edgar had like the big eyes, looking at me like, "Oh no, I have no idea what you're saying." I'm like, "Oh, this is a bunch of crap." And Fernando's like, "What's up, man? You need something?" I'm like, "Yeah, I need him to talk." Do you guys keep up?
Edgar was stealth. Yeah, definitely. We keep in touch. He's in Miami. He spends most of his time in Miami. Goes back to Colombia. He has his own league in Barranquilla, Colombia, for kids that he goes back to. He runs it, and they have a great thing going in Colombia. Terrific guy. He's a tremendous soul. I mean, just a great guy. I helped him, obviously. When Martin would come up, he all of a sudden he couldn't speak any English. He'd have fun with that. He would say, "Fernando, ayúdame ahí, habla con ellos." But he would have me help them communicate with Martin and stuff. But man, he learned English and obviously, I mean that guy Edgar Renteria by himself won 2 World Series with base hits, so that'll tell you what kind of makeup and he's got ice water in his veins. So definitely keep in touch with him and Pujols and Jimmy Edmonds and Rick Ankiel, tremendous left-handed pitcher and outfielder that he turned himself into. So you try to keep in touch with as many guys as you can. I mean, it's obviously it's a small window in this game, and take as much as you can from everybody and keep moving.
Renteria, if I'm not mistaken, Doug, fun facts for no one tell. I bet Fernando will be able to confirm this. Like, grew up with Sofia Vergara.
Oh, really?
In Colombia? Yeah, and was like friends with her. Like, you confirm that, Fernando?
Yes, I can confirm it. He knew he's met her a bunch of times. He's from Colombia there. He's from Barranquilla. She's from a town not too far away. And he knew her, and I told him, "Man, why don't you just go ahead and marry her?" And he started laughing. You know?
Would have been a good move.
Yeah. He said, "I'd like to, Fernando. I'd like to, Fernando," but he didn't. He was just good friends with her, and that made it better. And two celebrities from Barranquilla, Colombia.
Yeah, man. Well, great catching up with you. Wonderful surprise guest, Martin.
The audience, by the way, tons of texters saying,
"Love Fernando."
I say, I've still got my Vina bobblehead. I got a bobblehead at McDonald's. He signed my son's autograph, made his day. Love me some Fernando. Retired number 4, which Yachty would agree with. Tons of texters. Yeah. The audience is loving the fact that you're on the show here.
That's awesome. It's awesome to be part of it with you guys, and it's good catching up about our teams in St. Louis. And like I said, the best fans in the world. I just hope one day, Martin, you can help push me over the hump and get me in the Hall of Fame there with the Cardinals.
Get Fernando a red jacket.
I see you're on the Brewers. You're on the Brewers Wall of Honor, I see.
Yeah, Brewers Wall of Honor, Arizona State University, Hall of Famer. I mean, a bunch of things, but I'm missing that St. Louis Cardinals run, which I think the way I turned the double play and I won gold gloves there and my numbers offensively. I mean, Help me out, Martin. Take me there.
Yeah,
Come on,
Martin, let's get him the red
Gosh,
coat.
okay, it's a lot of responsibility on my shoulders, and
he was a translator for a guy who could speak
translated.
English.
That's also part of his body of work, I think. And Edgar has been on the ballot a couple of times. He has not gotten in. He's had a great run here. Oh, I did want to ask you about your Bob Uecker experiences in Milwaukee, because you were there for 5 years. I had Matheny on my podcast. He had some great stories jacking around. You were teammates with Matheny up there. What was your Uecker experience?
Oh, it was so much fun. I miss Uecker so much. We lost him, obviously. God bless him and his family. I never forget, Uecker would always take us ice fishing in Milwaukee. And this is a guy, I'm a Cuban guy, you know, my parents come from Cuba. They bring us here to the United States. I knew nothing about ice fishing, and he would take us ice fishing there in Milwaukee, Pewaukee, not too far away where he would live. Oh, and it was kind of scary for me, but once we got the hang of it, it was fun. But anytime you were around Bob Uecker, it was always loosey-goosey, and he always had those one-liners that just make you fall, you know, and you're ready to just, you know, you had to go to the bathroom and take it's just so much fun. You laughed your stomach to death, and man, it's a tough blow, not only for the game of baseball, but how he treated people and how much fun we had with him. And in Milwaukee, he would always be in the clubhouse with us, talking, laughing, keeping us loose. Johnny Adams, Dr. Mittling. I mean, we had so many good times together, which these guys were great friends with Bob Ueck, and Ueck kept it so you know, smooth and never too much pressure and so much laughter. So I'll never forget him, how he kept everything so loose and how much fun we had and how we always would go ice fishing with. He would take us ice fishing.
God, Tim, I know we're up against it, but people are saying the reason I played second base is Vina, one of my favorite Cardinals. They need more players like this, but a couple keep saying, ask the Albert Bell story. Ask the Albert.
Yeah.
Okay, you got taken out by Albert Bell.
1996, Doug.
I didn't want to bring it up, but Edgar made me.
He got me. That was a linebacker in a baseball uniform body. He set me up and got me, and that was a cheap shot. I wasn't ready for it. Tell you what, after he got me, I was ready for it every other time down the road. But I looked at it this way: he got me. He got under me, and he kind of threw his elbow into my nose. So when you get hit in the nose, it kind of just your eyes start watering. And he came up with the ball in my hand. I thought about throwing it. We had a big brawl after that. But I always looked at it like this. I said, you know what? He got me. It's okay. I was hitting over 300 in Milwaukee. Nobody knew about me, and all of a sudden, they started to know my name and that I was hitting over 300. So he put me on the map. So thank you, Albert Bell.
Thanks for the cheap shot.
Did you guys ever talk about that thing years later?
Yeah, he apologized, and he just said he was trying to play the game, but it was a cheap shot, and he had done it before, and I don't know. He was one of those guys that he wasn't known to be a real nice guy to people, but I learned my lesson, and I went into it kind of on one foot to try to tag him to turn a double play on my own, and he got me. But that's all right. We kept digging, and like I said, I was doing well for my team in Milwaukee, and that video's on every year, and I get texts from all our friends every year. You never hear the end of it, but it was all part of the game. And again, we had a big brawl after. I never forget it at second base with Kenny Lofton. After that, I forgot who we had on the mound. We hit Albert the next at bat, and things just got crazy. Eddie Murray, Albert Bell, Omar Vizquel. We had playing against those Cleveland Indian teams. Carlos Baerga.
Yeah,
it was a great competition, and he happened to get me and cheap shot me, but. We kept going, and now it's on video for the rest of my life.
That's all right. But then you were an all-star 2 years later, and then a couple Gold Gloves and some great runs with the Cardinals. Well, this has been great, man. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and it was a wonderful conversation, catching up on some great Cardinal memories. So we appreciate it, man, and look forward to talking again. Thanks, Fernando.
Thank you, guys. I loved my time as a St. Louis Cardinal. It was the best time of my life in the game of baseball, and I was blessed to play this game, and we keep going and try to teach the kids and teach them what I learned. And God bless George Kissel and Lou Brock, Bob Gibson, all these guys, Dan Musial that we lost. And we'll keep going. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you.
Wonderful sentiment. Great surprise guest. A-plus surprise guest, Martin.
Thank you.
Nice surprise guest.
Well, I was going back and forth with Jackson yesterday, and I thought the dossier just needed a little sprinkle of something. We're going to spring training. Let's lead it off. Number 4, he's gritty, gutty, kind of like this show. And he was there at an unbelievable era. You think about it, he experienced a little bit of McGuire. He experienced Albert's arrival. He lived through the Tino experience. He was there for the summer of sadness with Darryl Kyle and Jack Buck, and then just Edmonds' arrival. I mean, he was there in the middle of a really interesting and successful period.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun team, man. When I started going through that roster, just looking at it while we were talking, I'm like, man, that was full of characters.
And he hit 300 or more twice for the Cardinals.
Really good player.
Yeah.
I screenshotted all these texters saying, great having him on, love Fernando. And then I realized one of them said, my mom loved his butt.
Yeah, that was from the Pope.
And that's
from the
on.
Pope.
I just sent that to him, so he'll see that as well.
Yeah, that is accurate. Skip Burkmeyer. You familiar with anybody familiar with Skip Burkmeyer? Sure.
Yeah, the golfer.
Considered the second best amateur player in St. Louis next to me.
No,
what's wrong with... Look at the rankings, Doug. He said, I'm letting you know that I have listened to you guys from the very beginning. So, Martin, he goes back to July 200004.
Glorious time. Was Will Clark one of the first guests ever?
Might have been.
We were in
Friend of the show.
Macomb. It was very awkward because you were in studio.
I was in studio and you was in
Macomb. It was just a cluster F.
Yeah.
And Will's like, you hear me? Anybody there listening? It was terrible.
Skip said, let you know, I listened to you guys from the very beginning. This version of your show is the best version. If only we had Jay Jr. to sub in. Congratulations. Hope we get to play some golf this year. That's from Skip Burkmeyer. What a kind sentiment, especially for a guy who, knows he is, second to me.
I don't know.
I mean, to be able to kind of, kiss the ring in the golf community.
You expect him to kiss your ring?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jackson.
Duh.
Skip Burkmeyer should kiss Tim's ring?
As the best amateur golfer in St. Louis.
Now, he has played in 3 USAMs. And I've played in some member guests, and I am available as kind of a barfly of the member guest community to be a 1099 for you. But,
you've done some chipping and putting at Ruth Park, so it's kind of on par.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, Doug, sure, he's played at Pinehurst in the USAM, but I've been at Ruth Park chipping and
maybe
putting.
I'm wrong. Maybe I don't get it.
Yeah, so you don't, and that's good that you came around on that. You're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way. Martin's got some onboarding, I know.
You guys think I just jack around? I mean, sometimes I'm spinning through the old Rolodex while I'm supposed to be onboarding, thinking, what could I do the next day to throw the boys for a loop?
Well, that was a great one.
I wanted Big Walt, and the debate was going to be because Matthew Tkachuk's in town, Panthers are here, just to kind of catch up with Walt. And then my debate was, he's in Sweden. Yeah, I'm in Sweden. It's not going to work. But I debated if I should have him as a surprise, because then he would have been the first to ever be on twice as a surprise, even though he would just be a regular guest.
Regular FOTS.
But he would probably come on and drop bombs on you clowns.
Yes, he would. He would be happy to dunk on us. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
All right, well, it's the surprise line. That's a great thing. You want to be surprised with a guest. You don't want to be surprised when you're buying a car, and that's why the Auto Loan Pro is here to help you out. Credit can be a confusing issue. How does it work? How do they come up with that number? When you're trying to buy a car, it's such a key factor. Well, the Auto Loan Pro wants you to understand how credit scores come to be. You can do that by going to their website, autoloanpro.com. You download the free playbook, and you will understand better. You're trying to buy that car. They're going to help you get into the best car available, little to no money down. They're going to make sure you get the best rates available. They work with over 50 lenders, making sure you get the best deal possible. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. It's autoloanpro.com. That's the website. Can't recommend it enough. Get on the site. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show. Scroll down, see the playbook, download that playbook, understand how it all works while you're buying a car. Sure, life can get you some bad circumstances. Doesn't matter. You're still going to get into a car with your friends at Auto Loan Pro. Autoloanpro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
Doug, Fernando Vina, our surprise guest from the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, was in this music video.
What was he doing?
Just hanging out and pointing at the camera.
Pointing at the camera?
That's right.
Was he holding a bat? He was holding a bat, right?
Yeah, hats for bats.
Yeah.
You know, the chairman, Kurt, texted me during the interview and said, you need to ask him about the Jermaine Dupri video, Welcome to Atlanta. And as soon as I said it, Vina said, well, it was Nelly, and did the chairman try and make me look bad?
He's part of the alliance.
As part of the alliance.
Well, that's something I would do, but respectfully, I have to disagree with Mr. Vina. That was Jermaine Dupri's song. Nelly may have invited him, but it was Jermaine Dupri's remix. So
well done. Okay. Right. I just thought for a minute maybe the chairman set me up so Tim could look, better.
I don't have to make him look good.
Oh, wow. And then there's that.
Gosh.
Wow.
Boy, that was a good strike. Good
So
smash
much lemonading
on that. You can email in your lemonading, or the opposite of, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's brought to you by Design Air. That's Seth Gould, Camp Martin, and you're a client. Doug's a client, and I'm a client. It's wonderful.
I love St. Louis success stories. And Design Air has been around since 1904. It's now a fourth-generation St. Louis business. So when it's the HVAC, that's something you're not going to fix on your own. The air conditioning doesn't work in the summer. You don't just grab Doug's tool belt. Call the pros. Wintertime, you can call Ricky Prohl, or the pros. Wintertime, when the furnace goes out, you need the experts. That's what Design Air Service brings you. DesignAirService.com is the website. In addition to being a St. Louis-based company, also great supporters of this show. You just heard the Skip Berkmeyer endorsement. That's why. Get on board like Design Air has done. Longest-running TMA supporter, DesignAirService.com. Book that appointment online for all your HVAC needs. One name to remember year-round. Whether it's hot outside, cold outside, it is Design Air.
Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com for our email of the day, our loyal sponsor here on the program. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and participate in the fun and the games on TMA. Jackson, we have this from John Heyman on who he thinks is going to get Alex Bregman. Cardinal fans will want to be listening to this. Take a listen.
At this moment, as we sit here today, I don't think the Astros can be considered the favorite. At this moment, I think the Cubs have done a lot of stuff. I think they're probably the favorite in that division anyway, but they put themselves in a great spot. They've gotten Tucker. They've gotten Presley, two guys or teammates of Bregman. I'm sure they're in the ear of Jed Hoyer and all the Cubs people right now talking him up. Not that you'd have to because he's an outstanding all-around player, but at this moment, whether it be on a 6-year deal or a 4-year deal with opt-outs, as that report from that mystery writer, because I don't know his name offhand, but good for him, suggested with opt-outs, I feel like the Cubs have a decent shot at getting Bregman. Could be proven wrong. We shall see. It is a fluid situation.
Yeah, the Cubs.
There was that editor
right at the end.
I think it fit the message. It's a fluid. The mystery writer is now part of the storytelling.
There's usually a mystery team, now there's a mystery writer.
Mystery writer.
A writer to be named later.
If the Cubs are, in fact, in on Bregman, why? Why? I mean, why wait? Why is it now like, oh, you've had this entire, well, you know what? Okay, we weren't going to do anything.
It's like the guy with Bellinger. That's the same kind of thing. Fall back. Buster Olney was on yesterday, I guess it was his podcast, saying it would be an absolute disaster for him to go and do one of those short-term deals with the Cubs, like one of those one-year opt-out deals like Bellinger's did, because hitting from the right side at Wrigley Field would not do wonders for his numbers. I think it's one of the toughest places to hit as a right-hander, which is surprising. Certainly, it can be impacted by what that wind is doing.
Didn't bother Ernie Banks very much.
Yeah, let's play two.
Mr. Cub.
And especially when you have Boston and Houston as potential landing spots, at least at one point. So I think that, I don't know, I get the sense, maybe I'm off on this. I get the sense that the Bregman-Arenado thing's coming to a head. I'd be surprised if at this time next week, both of them are still out there floating about.
It's like the assignment that's due, and you should be working on it, but until the deadline, oh my God, it's due tomorrow, and then you just start sitting down, getting serious. Once camps start opening, all these GMs that have been at their country club are like, oh, I guess we better do something.
It could be that the Dodgers have set the bar so high that everybody wants Dodgers money. And if the Dodgers aren't interested and other teams aren't offering anywhere close to what the Dodgers are paying people, they're hesitant to sign.
How about this? We had back-to-back texts saying Heyman sounds like RFK Jr.
I was thinking that. Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah, how about that?
We could have judged that better had it gone on a little longer, but it was cut off so quickly and abruptly there at the end. It just kind of trailed off. It's hard to tell.
I thought it was the perfect edit because I felt like Heyman wasn't totally committed on a hard take. It was kind of like, so this might happen, and there's some mystery, right? I what was his name? Just let it fade out. I think it was a proper edit.
Hey, remember Sammy Sosa? Dude hit bombs from the right side at Wrigley. Buster Olney sucks.
That's Eric in the Central West End. He's not happy with Buster Olney's.
Ron Say hit a few. The Penguin.
Yeah.
Penguin.
Jody Davis.
Ryan Sandberg was pretty good there.
He was right-handed. Yeah. Okay.
Here's the deal. According to the Grease Effect, this is a wonderful little text. Regarding Wrigley, the additions of the big video board in left field seem to have greatly affected the way that it plays. Fun stuff. How about that?
I was going to ask about that.
How about that? Thank you, the Grease Effect.
They show the giant urinals you take a leak in?
Yeah,
big
troughs.
Just take a leak. Everybody's just spraying everywhere.
Oh.
In the air, left field, and gone.
A little bit more enthusiasm would be nice from your play-by-play fella.
Can I hear that again?
In the air, left field, and gone.
Get excited about it, man.
What call is it? How do we have one guy saying they're doing manicures on a limousine driving by or whatever the hell that was, and then now we've got somebody just saying this?
Oh, James Togba. Great feed from Almeida. Togba!
Oh, my.
Yeah, is that too much for you, Doug?
Are soccer goals funny?
Okay, now I'm teaching class. All right, students, that's one way to call it. Now the other one is a fly ball to left field.
In the air, left field, and gone.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Just
somewhere is there somewhere in the middle, Doug?
I would think so.
What will you use tonight on Channel 4? Which clip will you plan on using?
Elvis has left the building. Okay. That's kind of hackneyed.
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beating Louisville.
Mm-hmm. I won't need one because I haven't been there since 2021.
There was a time on ESPN, everyone was trying to have a catchphrase. Everyone. By the way, Chris Berman at the Blues game the other night. How about that? Did you see that?
I saw that.
Did they put him on the Jumbotron during the game? I wonder if he's okay. Well, I guess he was okay.
He looked fine. Albert winning the pools. Blah, blah, blah.
But everybody at ESPN had a new way of saying it, like going yard was new at the time. And this Brett Haber was a sports guy. And I remember he was just trying to catch on. Yeah. And every time there was a home run, he would say, and he goes, Jones. And he just kept saying it like it was going to catch on, and Doug, it never caught on.
No, but he
Cueto, really greato.
He wound up being the sports director at one of the New York stations. So
yeah, no, I think he was a fairly prominent, big in tennis. I think. We'll take your Brett Haber call. Maybe he'll be a surprise guest.
What did he mean by going Jones?
Well, it was just his cool way of saying home run.
Okie dokie, cokey idoki.
That Charlie Marlowe had some catchphrases as well.
He ought to get back in the biz.
I'm not sure he really wants to, be honest with you. It's kind of my read. Martin, you're going to go do some onboarding?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what my sources tell me? Chairman Kurt will slide up on the dais here on 101 ESPN. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Look at this. This just came across my desk. Daniel Sokolov, a 13-year-old Russian golfer, shoots 75 in the first round of the Qatar Masters, which is a European Tour event. So this is his second appearance. He's going to have a chance on the weekend. 75 for the 13-year-old. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, did you catch that update on the 13-year-old golfer from
I did.
Russia?
Uh-huh. He must have had a good round for himself.
Look at 13, 3 over? Kidding me? At a European tour event? It's crazy.
Are we talking a man or a boy or a girl at 13?
Boy.
Okay.
Daniel.
All right.
Boy named Daniel from Russia.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to join us from spring training. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN if you're watching on YouTube. I'm the cute boy wearing all black. TMA Blackout. TMASTLshop.com.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's a good look.
Yeah,
Mike Flanagan. TMASTLshop.com is where you can get it. The hats, the hoodies. What do you call... Oh, this isn't a quarter zip. I'm wearing something. This is where there's the crew neck. Crew neck?
No, that's not a crew neck.
I know, but I'm wearing a quarter zip. What I'm saying is when it doesn't have it, is it a crew neck?
Yeah. Well, yeah, if it doesn't have a hood on it.
All right.
No, if it's crew neck is the collar.
Yeah,
Right.
That's what it is. Anyway, it's there at
for heaven's
TMASTLshop.com. Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides in for Martin Kilcoyne in the 10 o'clock hour, and Jackson Burkett here on the program. We'll have that design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That comes up on your Stiefel dossier at 10:50. Then BK and Ferrario come in from 11 and 2. The Fast Lane from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And the pregame of the Blues and the Panthers tonight at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN with the puck drop at 7 p.m. Blues and Panthers, and then Blues and Blackhawks, and then the boys are on a break for the Four Nations and also for us being at spring training. I think the two, there is a correlation on that, Doug, so keep an eye on.
Seems to be, and I will certainly be laser focused on that.
Katie Woo.
Woo, woo, woo. Katie Woo.
has written on The Athletic news and notes for the position players all coming to spring training. The Cardinals spring guide. Name a position player, and I'll give you the news and notes that she has. This is on The Athletic. Just posted.
Brendan Donovan.
All right. Not bad at all. Okay. This one, when I was reading, it kind of concerned me for my wagers with some of the members of the audience.
Okay.
St. Louis knows what it has in Donovan, who will likely resume his role as a super utility player, barring an Arenado trade. Barring an Arenado trade? What are you talking about? Oh. That's as surefire as it gets, right?
Could well be, yeah.
He and Mason Wynn should be the faces of the reset period, one that Cardinals brass is hopeful will exceed projections. Donovan was a Gold Glove finalist for the 2024 NL Utility Player Award and received the Comeback Player of the Year Award from the St. Louis Baseball Writers Association in January.
Okay.
There you go.
Lars Nootbaar.
Oh, I was going to go with that one.
Oh, were you?
Beat you to it.
Happy to it. Talking about running into walls. He joked at winter warm-up that he will do his best to avoid crashing into walls this spring training. All kidding aside, health will be pivotal for Nootbaar, who has yet to play more than 120 games in a season. Nootbaar has arguably the best plate discipline on the roster and one of the top hard hit rates. He has the tools, but he needs the consistency.
Okay, he sure does.
Jordan Walker.
I like that one, Chairman.
Nice, Chairman.
Thanks, Doug.
It's a big year for Walker, who appears reinvigorated after spending the offseason working with new hitting coach Brant Brown. Quote, I've had a lot of focus on trying to get back to what I was doing in 2023, Walker said at the winter warm-up. I've been trying to get back to my swing there. I feel I was more comfortable that way. Obviously, in 24, it's no secret I wasn't making a lot of contact. As I got more comfortable with that swing, then we started working on what's going to be the most consistent way to hit line drives and hit the ball in the gap. That will be the key to success for Walker. Hitting the ball consistently and hitting the ball in the air. Spring training will be a good first test.
Okay.
There you go. So there it is.
All right.
News and notes. You can read more at theathletic.com. Boy, Jordan Walker in spring training for the first 2 weeks in 2023. How do you do? It's a rake festival.
Yeah, he tore it up.
Boy.
Well, maybe he will again. He better if they're going to have any hope to stay competitive. Stick around a little bit.
To clip the Dodgers and have home field advantage.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't talking about the Dodgers, talking about the Brewers.
kind of stink.
Well, come on. We don't know that yet, Mike. Give a chance.
Don Pepe says he can't send his emails in for the designer heating and cooling email of the day.
Oh, no.
Chairman, that sounded facetious. I caught a little tinge of you don't really care that much.
I want people that want their emails to get in to come through. I will decide if they make the cut, so I hope he gets it through.
All right.
Take your shirt off.
The folks at Stiefel hopes he gets it through, too.
They do.
Yeah, because they're concerned. They're very much into the show. In fact, they now are the new sponsor of the dossier. Thank you, Stiefel, for sponsoring the dossier. A lot of people are apparently still confused as to how to say the word Stiefel. It's not Stuffle. It's not Stifle. It's Stiefel. We should know that because it's been around St. Louis now since 1890, still headquartered downtown there today. Same street as from back in 1890. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for these 135 years. With financial advisors and 12 offices around the region, Stiefel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stiefel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank, basically, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has you covered. And one more thing, as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. So it's no wonder they decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stiefel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stiefel also partners with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stiefel Charity Golf Classic. They sponsor Stiefel Theater, and they're very honored to support the city, the people, and our future.
Breaking uniform news in the YouTube chat per MD 2020. The Orioles will be displaying an all-orange uniform this year.
Oh, yes.
Jackson, how do you feel about that? You've been outspoken talking Missouri, Tennessee from last night about your feelings toward orange. You don't like Ricky Fowler on Sundays. Your thoughts?
Orange pants? You can't, no.
They've tried that before.
Yeah, they did that in the 70s, right?
No
Just
orange
for a few
pants.
games.
In baseball, the pants are gray, the pants are white. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
do whatever you want with the jersey or the hat. Don't mess with the pants.
Kind of looks slow-pitch softball-ish.
Extremely slow-pitch softball. It looks terrible.
Yeah, it's orange jerseys, orange pant, and then a black hat with an orange bill or a white hat with an orange bill for the all-orange uniforms. That's alternate 2 uniform, Doug, alternate 2.
It's hard for me to not call them the Browns since they moved out. You know, they were the St. Louis Browns for years, and now they're the Orioles. I still can't get it in my head that those aren't the Browns.
Jackson, I did see those spring training caps you were talking about the other day. I liked a lot of them.
Yeah, not the Cardinals.
You didn't like the Redbirds hat?
No, all red with the red bird on it. Come on, it's boring.
What would you like to have seen?
I like the STL logo, but, I don't know. Just something try a little bit there. Try something a little different.
Okay.
Navy? Go Navy. Let's go Navy.
Navy cap, please.
Yeah, Navy.
If
Navy
bring
spring
Navy
training.
caps back, there's going to be a 99-win season. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Email in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming your way in about 20 minutes. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Jackson, you have so many wonderful questions you prepare. What's one that you could tempt me and Doug with?
Sure. Could you share one?
Seems like the bro hug has been the default greeting amongst athletes. Fist bumps are still hot. Some guys prefer a solid dap. Others prefer a firm handshake. Do you think we need a uniformed male greeting to avoid awkward exchanges?
Doug, you wanted to discuss this? Well, here's your chance.
Yeah. I think it feels different with different people, though.
Yeah, you got to feel it out.
Yeah, the fist bump is a pretty good one.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's not the flashiest. It's not my favorite by any means, but it seems to be the safest.
Right, and a handshake, you get whatever was on their hands, it's on your hands now.
And then you don't know if a handshake is turning into a bro hug or a dap.
Right.
If I go in for a bro hug, I also will kiss each side of the gentleman's face.
Oh,
it's very European.
Yeah, like you're
Well,
having,
as
like
somebody
having a
from Tam
sit-down.
Avenue, I'm essentially born in Portugal.
Like you're meeting Johnny Sack.
Yeah.
Johnny Sacramone. Was it Johnny Sacramone or Sacramone?
I don't know.
Sacramone.
I don't know who invented the fist pump. It wasn't around until just recently.
They say Dusty Baker invented the high five.
Dusty Baker.
Really?
That's what Dusty Baker claims to have invented the high five.
And Orlando Cepeda brought to the Cardinals in the 60s the low five.
Right. He said
He had his hands down below his waist, and people were doing that for a long time,
And then
slapping that way.
Dusty said that everyone was doing that, and so he invented the high five.
Guys, the golfer caddy exchange has to be fixed. That's from the 314.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because I brought this in my mind because I saw Rory's hole-in-one from Pebble last week, and
I thought that was an eagle. Wasn't that an eagle? And Shane Lowry had the hole-in-one?
What it was.
I thought they both. Maybe it was.
No,
just,
all Irish people look the same. It's getting tiring, man.
Pretty much.
It's getting tiring.
Shane is
You're exposing
Irish.
yourself.
Yeah. Short
Rory's
red hair.
Northern Irish, right?
It's bad.
I don't want to bring up the troubles. I don't know.
Thank you for at least acknowledging the troubles.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I don't want to get involved. But Rory was like looking around. He was like half bro hugging one guy, half hand. I was like, we gotta figure this out. You shouldn't bro hug anybody you haven't had a conversation with for more than an hour.
Well, Doug, the most famous golf shot of the 21st century was...
Of the 21st century?
Tim hit a really nice chip last year. And,
I'm sure it was one of your shots. Right?
Actually, I think that this one was more famous than any of my shots, honestly.
Wow.
And that shows how good it was.
Yeah, and you're
being modest.
I know.
Your humble nature.
Tiger Woods, number 16, Augusta National, 20 years ago this April.
Oh.
And Vern Lundquist on the call, and in Van, 2-1. In your life! Have you seen anything like it? That was when the Nike ball just rolled in.
Hung on the lip there for a moment.
Indeed. Yeah. And he and his caddy, Stevie Williams, they were struggling through the celebration.
Almost ruins the shot. You
thought that ruined the shot?
It almost ruins the moment because they couldn't make contact with each other's hand. It's like neither of them have ever had a handshake before in their life.
Right.
And now I get that the moment was intense, but yeah, we gotta fix that. I'm tired of seeing dudes fumbling handshakes.
That one kind of deserved a high five, I think.
That's what Tiger.
That was a high
for.
five moment.
That's what he went in for, and what was Stevie doing?
One or the other. One of them went for a high five. The other kind of went for like a lower five, and they missed, and then missed again.
Yeah.
It was rough.
When you nail a dap up, though, there's not much of a better feeling.
Clean dap.
Yeah.
Look up.
What about a clean dap?
Look up Drew Brees dapping guys up.
He's good.
It's a master class.
You don't touch the other person, though, do you? When you dap?
There's a lot of touching.
What do you do?
I mean, you get the hand in, kind of thumb weaved in
this
there.
way, yeah.
Then you can kind of lock in a little bit.
And then you kiss him on each
like
cheek.
Bump shoulders.
Yeah.
Stop at the kissing. Stop at the kissing.
Yeah.
But if you hit like the right volume, if you can hear that the skin to skin went well.
Oh, gosh.
Doug prefers just a ballroom dance with everybody he sees.
Done that. Done that. Tried that anyway. Experimented. I was young, drunk.
Good morning, an old rich man at St. Louis Country Club I caddied for used to grab my ass at the end of every round. That's from caller Buzz.
Really?
It's tough.
Well, I don't think it needs to be an ass grabbing. I think the high fiving or the fist bump is just fine.
Will you dap up somebody down at spring training?
Probably not. Probably not.
Like when Miles Michaelis comes over?
Not my thing.
I think it could really propel the club if you were dapping people up.
I don't believe I've ever dapped up anyone in my life.
Oh.
For real, people should look up Drew Brees dapping people up. It's unbelievable. He's just outstanding at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can give your solutions. A number of people, Jackson, this engaged people. Look at you. Are you engagement farming?
I know what the people want.
No, how about that? All right, there it is. Jackson Burkett with Handshake Solutions here on TMA. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. And that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break. Got that design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug, you wanted an update for what is called the People's Open in Scottsdale?
Okay. What
Waste
is it?
management?
Is this the 13-year-old kid who shot a 74 or something? Are we going to get that story?
No, this is hole number 16.
Okay.
Jackson was out there last year.
Yep.
You said there were a lot of people with septum issues?
Yeah. Oh, boy, yeah.
Now, what does that mean, Doug?
Septum issues. Like they'd had nose jobs?
Yes. That was part of it. The other part might need nose jobs later.
Oh.
Wow.
What are you implying?
Yeah, what are you trying to say, bro? How am I going to explain this to my kids?
There's just people really enjoying themselves. And
So
God
I got
bless
to pull
them.
my boys aside tonight while watching Happy Gilmore for the third straight night.
With the fentanyl thing killing people by the tens of thousands, you'd have to be a real fool to take any kind of drugs right now. A real fool.
Yeah.
Everything you do is risking your life.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
Well, Doug, you wanted to know who, outside of the deviated septums in Scottsdale, what's going on? Well, Rasmus Højgaard's going on.
Oh, is he really?
He's 4 under through 8 and leading the waste management. Scotty Scheffler is getting like Tiger Woods-like odds to win tournaments now. And considering he's won there twice, that's one of the reasons he will not be teeing off until 1:44 St. Louis time. But always a tournament that many will tune in to watch to see how people play the famous 16th hole and the tens of thousands of people in that stadium, which is really kind of a simple hole. So
Yeah. It's 140
it's nondescript.
yard par 3.
And that's a 7 for you?
If I goose it. Well, you got to be safe. Or you fan one into the crowds. It's some poor sap who's, again, septum is about to fall out.
Oh, Doug, it keeps going back to the septum.
What is it with these septums?
I'm telling you. Don't fan that 7-iron.
Worcester Woods Wacko has thoughts. It's all about where you get your white, Doug. Sometimes I wonder just how square you are. That's from the Worcester Woods Wacko.
Really wonders. You go ahead and get your white wherever you want to get it and take your chances.
Clip that up.
It's so cool to be taking recreational drugs. Such a smart thing to do and cool.
Now I got to explain that to my children.
Yeah.
I got a long talk tonight going. Guys, how's that bastard Steph Straka shooting, Timmy? Well, it's good that you asked. Because he is on fire, Doug. He is 2 under par.
Is he really?
And as far as ball striking in 2025 goes, I don't know if anybody has been better than Sepp Straka. And as you know, this is a ball striker's paradise at TPC Scottsdale. So we will keep you updated on the septum situation throughout the weekend here on 101 ESPN. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Panthers. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, you won it. You got it. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow!
Okay.
This is my Jordan email. I have a 102.5 degree temperature. I'm feeling it, and I'm feeling it good. The Don must lead by example. I could call it quits and not email in today, but this is our time. This is the YouTube chats time.
Oh.
We may send in emails and lose 9 out of 10 times, but not today. Today, we are the greatest emailers in the world. Long live Balloon Party. Long live the Don. That's from Tiny PP from the YouTube chat, Doug.
Tiny PP.
It's going to be 10 out of 10.
Oh, no. He saw me getting my mail, so he scurried outside to get his. We locked eyes. We both quickly munched our mail enhancement chewables.
What in the world?
We gazed at each other until they kicked in. Our pant tightened. Our southern exits loosened.
Southern exit?
6 more weeks of winter, you say? Kiss my neck, Cliff. It will be okay.
Cliff.
It's from Cliff's neighbor.
Cliff's neighbor.
Good morning. Isn't St. Louis so lovely? Enjoyed a wonderful day playing the Lynx on Sunday, 70 on Monday, and 34 and rainy by Wednesday. They should make adverts for free agents to sign here. We got California and Minnesota weather in 3 days. Best of both worlds. Hey, Ledoux Mom, you're nothing but a big fat phony. The Kings are back to take their ransom. Don Pepe will always be our true leader. You got nothing. Make sure to join the TMA Discord to discuss further details. That's all. Bye. That's from Droid Effects. Doug, what did I read?
Droid Effects?
Yes.
Okay. Droid Effects.
I was too pressed for time this morning to hear the full show, but I did catch the tail end of your conversation about awkward handshakes and bro hugs. Quick question. Tim, did you fist bump or shake hands with Gus Johnson after he finished stacking mud at the TWA Dome all those years ago?
Gosh.
I bet that dude could really lay a solid base on a one fine Liame totem pole.
Oh.
I'd pay good money to hear him call play-by-play at Cottleville's beefiest citizens slinging dirt in a handicap stall at next year's Fan Page Club Championship.
That's about enough.
From the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach. Little vile today.
Day 4 and still haven't received a vote for email of the day. It has nothing to do with me not being funny or that the other emails are better. It's because KG is censoring the emails from the weirds in the chat. Boys, do you censor emails from the YouTube chat people?
Hey, you're getting your chance to shine today, boys.
Boys, let me tell you, it has us tooting and hollering mad. We will be heard. Droid started a Discord for us, and it has a little bit of everything for everyone. Because you know SPLT. Some people like things?
Yeah.
But really, what's with TMA taking on the Cardinals' marketing strategy? Getting old, retired players to get the B-fib going. You don't have to find short, old players to make Tim look good. He does that on his own. Enjoyed the city talk today. Excited to hear Jackson break down the matches for us since nobody will sponsor the segment. One last thing, boys, and this is important. Our fearless leader, the Don, is sick. Sick and tired of the censorship, that is. Hashtag Charlotte sucks. That's from the YouTube chat.
YouTube chat.
It's Valentine's Day. It's our last day together in Jupiter. The show ends, and we have a couple hours to kill before you have to jet set back to St. Louis. We hop in our rented LeBaron and drop the top. You drop your top. On our way to the beach, our song comes on. All-Star by Smash Mouth. I see your wry smile out of the corner of my eye. I know that smile. I lay across the bench seat and ask you to try and avoid the potholes. There are a lot of potholes in South Florida?
No, not usually.
A lot of bench seats still.
It's an old LeBaron.
That's fair.
The years start coming and they don't stop coming. Our time feels over in an instant. I snuggle with my body pillow that Sunday night wishing it was you. Your Sports Sunday report puts a smile on my face. I close my eyes and dream of you and our time spent together.
Okay.
Sweet dreams, Zaddy. That's from MD 2020.
MD 2020.
And finally, it's great that we've moved Libby Jack's asinine questions up in the batting order to before Martin bails so he can roast him for including extraneous details about some crap that he watched on TV that has nothing to do with the question. Yesterday, Martin got to hear Libby Jack preface a fairly straightforward question about players who looked old or looked odd in their new uniform, which the Insta call is Fernando Valenzuela wearing the Cardinals powder blue throwbacks in 1997. Buck Swope's right. That's a great answer, and that was against the Brewers in 97, Doug. But Libby Jack prefaced his question by bringing up Kanye's wife's see-through dress on the red carpet, then mentioned that he'd like to see Doug wearing that see-through dress so he could see them nerfs that ass and what pattern he's got shaved in his landing script. Also, I'd like to highlight yesterday's clock management, which maximized Martin's on-air time, and then once Martin left, he ran 10 straight minutes of commercials. Getting into the email today. Ours is the type of presentation where a 6'3" geriatric blind man feels free to drop in at any time and tell us to stop picking on his 4'10" wife that no one besides him ever brings up. It's always fun when the olds get all triggered live on the air. It was reminiscent of Jimmy the Bull calling in 9 years ago to recap how the day before he'd gone to the Webster Starbucks at noon to fight the Shrewsbury Seminary student who, for whatever reason, didn't make the trek from Shrewsbury up Murdoch over 44 and into Webster proper. I posted the audio to the fan page so you can hear a triggered Jimmy the Bull accuse Shrewsbury Seminary student of playing little tee-hee boy games. It's nearly as awkward as when the guy called in to complain about the butt jokes. That's from Buck Swope, and that's who we have!
Buck Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Well, I was going to vote for the YouTube chat because they feel like they've been censored, and I didn't want them to feel bad anymore. But I can't. I have to vote for Buck Swope. I thought he had the best email.
Yeah, Bucks was the only halfway decent.
Wow! Chairman Kurt fights back on the YouTube chat, and Buck Swope has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You can join that TMA fan page. Jackson, you do a great job.
Thanks.
Rating it. It's called the TMA fan page, and it's on Facebook. All right, time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.